Hello, 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 everyone. We'll be going live here pretty soon in about 3 minutes. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll get started soon. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Just checking on everything, making sure we are good in the streaming department. We are looking good on Twitch. Looks like we're doing okay on YouTube. Scooch us over here a little bit. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. Okay, we are live on both YouTube and Twitch. So let's hope all goes well. Go ahead and start the ad. And we'll let the ad play. It's all good. We carry on with redemptions beyond us. Well of purpose. Walk. Alright, we are back from the ad. Let's go ahead and get into game. Cutscene. We will watch the movie trailer. I think after we get done with the final turn coils, I think that's when we'll watch it. I have plans. I have plans for that. Alright, let's get in. I'll get started. So, we didn't, even though I wanted to, we didn't get done with all of the professions. Which sucked. I was hoping. Coffee, good. I was hoping we could get done with all the professions, but unfortunately we only got 5 done yesterday. Partially due to all of the technical issues that we had yesterday. Things like the game getting DDoSed, all my stuff getting all messed up, and it was just a mess. But it does look like we have officially the cafe. Looks like Nick's moved our gardens over here, which is good. Hey, Conla. let's take a look at this skin. So we've got a little place where we can sit and take a look at the stars. So this right here is the cafe skin. Very, very expensive. Very expensive. This cost about 3 million gil, which is about the size of a small plot. 3 million gil on the market board for a medium-sized cafe skin. Let's see if she's done anything inside. She hasn't really touched the inside yet. So let's go ahead and do the usual thing and pet the Hogbalala. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honberry. So far, so good. Alright, so when we left off, we completed all the way up to... We have completed all of the Uldan stuff. We had... completed Miner. We had completed Armor. No, we had completed Miner, Goldsmith, we completed Weaver, and Alchemist. Today we're going to try to attempt to get all of the rest of these done. So that would be Botanist, Carpenter, Blacksmith, Armorer, Leatherworker, and Cornerian. Alright, so today our plan is to finish these professions. So we are currently on our culinarian. Make sure we have all of our culinary stuff ready too. So to Lensa we go. Alright, let's go. Could have been. Let's go talk to Langstaff. But before that, let's update our stream document. That is not. And all of the quest items, that's good. I see you're holding the skillet the right way around. Good. Culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Get that into your head before you do aught else, or the food will look like shite and taste worse. Now let's see what you can do. For starters, I want you to make me maple syrup using this skillet. Recipe's as simple as they come. You only need two things. Maple sap and fire sap. Johnson sells sap over at the Guild Camp. That time's wasted, so get to work. Don't pay to keep folk waiting in our trade. Made your maple syrup? What in the 7 L's are you waiting for? I told you to make me maple syrup, didn't I? Yeah, you did, and I made it. The maple syrup's ready, is it? About bloody time. Let's see how it tastes then. Oh, this ain't bad. Flavor's alright. Consistency's nearly there. I'm sure it's damn sight better than a lot of novices manage. As you probably know, maple syrup's one of the most popular sweeteners around, and key ingredient in all manner of cakes and treats. What you probably didn't know is that boiling this stuff down gets you maple sugar, a different sweetener with different uses. Just goes to show even the simple ingredients can have even complexities. I said earlier that a culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Well, that's just half of it. He also needs to know its ingredients, and that's something that only comes with experience. Keep your nose to the stove and report back when you're ripe for another task. Alright. Give me the shards. Let's reach of trouts. You come at a good time, Zelda. Just so happens I need your help with something. One of our chefs buggered up an order a bit ago, and he's been down in the dumps ever since. Ingham's the name. Joined the guild a few moons before you did. Determined lad. Don't take failure too well. Eddie Road can't have him crying into a suit. Plays havoc with the seasoning, see? So I want you to try and cheer him up. And there's not like a good meal to make a man's mind off his many failings. A nice bit of grilled trout should do the trick. It's one of his favorites, If he was to cook him up in a plate of that, I reckon you'd find experience highly motivating. The main ingredient, Princess Trout, can be added at the hayline. As for Ingram, well, you'll find him working in the kitchen. Prepare the dish and take it to him. Happy grilling. What is it? A grilled trout for me? Well, yes, I'm quite fond of the dish, but what have I done to deserve it? Nothing. You're fucked up. That's why you deserve it. You've been down in the dumps, sir. Guildmaster thought it would cheer me up, you say? Well, meaning though he may be, food is not the solution to every woe. But come, let's see your handiwork. It's my duty as your senior to give you counsel, after all. You're not. You truly made this? Truly the aroma is delightful. Your skin ever so slightly charred, just as it should be. 12 savory. The thought of sinking my teeth into that crispy layer just a tiny pleasure. Beg pardon, Cecil. As I was saying, this is quite impressive. In fact, I doubt even the Guildmaster would be able to fault it. Trust me, I know. But I don't understand it. You've been scarcely long enough to learn you may serve baking, yet you're already capable of this. Do you know how long it took me to achieve the same? 6 bleed moons. It took him 6 moons to get out of the syrup making stage. Damn, dude. Gods, I'm so utterly devoid of talent. Am I so utterly devoid of talent? No, I will not be outdone by a mere novice. I refuse to be outdone. My apologies. But thank you for the try. And would have you accept this knife from me. Use it in conjunction with your skillet, and your cooking experience will be much enhanced. Do not mistake it for a gift. It is payment for the trout, nothing more. Besides, it would give me no pleasure to get the better of a woman who hasn't properly equipped. Now leave me be. I have stock to take. Where are the ads? Ads on Twitch. So we are live on both YouTube and Twitch. So you can choose which one you want to be. Might have to add a YouTube thing to the bot. Yeah, why don't we do that real quick? Let's see, string elements. We want to go to our chat box. Chat commands. Custom. Yep. Okay, so let's add a slash U. Right. Made a command. Let's try it out. Yeah, there we go. Now we have Twitch command servitude. Nice. And also, if you are watching, we do have a Discord. Exclamation bar Discord. In the chat. Join the kingdom. And we have a wonderful growing community over in Discord. So come join the kingdom. Over to YouTube, give me a subscribe, give the stream a like, let YouTube know this is content that you love to see. But on further ado, let's go see more about what Lakeside wants from us. Dodo it yourself. Ah, so, fine talk. I need your help. Remember anything? Well, your girl child did wonders for his motivation. Life been working his arse off ever since. Hit the road, I thought I'd give him a chance to prove himself. He's been ordered for delivery. But it looks like it might have been more than he could chew. The only thing he's made to me satisfaction. The problem being what he's not made. Ain't taking about missing a tule or a stray crouton neither. I'm talking about the bleeding leg horse of grilled dodo. So I'd be much obliged if you could whip up 2 servings in his stead. Get him over to him quick. In case you're not familiar with the dish, just one of the Bismarck's old favorites. You rub garlic, salt into a piece of old dodo tenderloin, into a piece of old dodo tenderloin, and then grill it. Shouldn't pose a rising star like yourself would cook. Fortunately, we are good in that department. So good in these dodos. What is it now? The Guildmaster is impressing me with the preparation of a sizable order. So if you don't mind, I shall get back to work. You forget something, dude. You forgot the dodo. You brought me 2 servings of grilled dodo. And what precisely do you propose I do with... Oh, the main course. How could I have forgotten the main bloody course? It's far too late to start preparing now. Damn it, the grilled dodo will have to do. Only hope the quality of the other courses with competence compensates for it. By the 12, you cooked these? Called a brown hue, tantalizing the eyes from betwixt a perfect diamond pattern of griddle lines. surface is seared to perfection. High over a hot fire to seal in the juices, just as the guildmaster teaches. And this irresistible aroma, just enough garlic to balance the dodo's gamey richness, but not so much as to overwhelm the palate. Beg pardons, as I was saying, this is impressive. Grilled dodo may seem a simple dish. Therein lies the rub. One thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Could not have produced anything near this standard. Looks like we're going to have to update the bot to handle YouTube. God damn it, I've practiced day and night in order to improve my skills. Only to botch my largest order ever ordered. And you come along and save the day. You of all bloody people. God, what have I done to deserve this? Suffice to say, I am not pleased with how things have turned out. But you've done me a kindness, and I always repay my debts. Listen well, for I shall share with you the information which should prove to your profits. You know that what guild leaves are, I trust? Yeah, we know all about guild leaves. Every single quest line has told us about them at level 10. Well, there's a variety that calls for culinary expertise. They're known as tradecraft leaves, and they provide an excellent opportunity to hone your skills while earning coin. Such work interests you? I recommend you speak with Tamokri of the Guild Adventurers Guild. And on that note, away with you. Chill, dude. Don't be mad because I'm better than you. Don't be hating. Don't be hating. Well, if it ain't young Zelda, judging by the burns on your hands, you've been working hard at your cooking. Good on you. You're an inspiration to your peers, lass, especially Amber. He's been working like a man possessed since that visit with the real Dodo. Not that it's made much difference. Truth be told, I'm convinced he's made a pig's ear of things again. He hadn't told me as much, mind, but it's writ plain on his face. Tried to prise the story out of him, see? See if there's aught I can do. Like he bites his tongue when I'm around. Stubborn son. Anyway, I was thinking you might be open to one of its beers. Seeing how you've had an effect on it, I reckon you might be just the last for the job. Do us a favor and coax the story out of him, would you? Oh, and lend him a hand if he needs one. You again? What do you come for this time? Oh, I see the guildmaster has you spying on me now. Thinks I'm incompetent and can't be trusted to do my own work. Who am I fooling? Master Langston thinks that I'm incompetent, because I am. With me, it's one boggled order after another. It shames me to reveal this to you of all people, but if I've offended one of the Bismarck's regulars, the man, Metimaga is his name. It's a soft spot for meat kebabs. So I thought I'd impress him with a complimentary skewer. And when to have his expression turn sour the instant he took a bite, I'll never forget the steel in his voice when he said that he would have words with the management. It meant to add luster to the Bismarck's proud reputation. Instead, I tarnished it. I want to set things right, but I don't know how. Motemaga is still out on the terrace, but I just can't bear facing him again. Not this soon. God, what am I to do? Well, let's go, let's talk to the gentleman. No, I shan't be ordering anything else. Let's see yours still here. Let me guess. You've come to apologize on behalf of the sorry excuse of a chef who made that god's awful meat kebab. Well, I'm afraid the damage has been done. You've been served second-rate food at the Bismarck. The advice of the man responsible should be dismissed, and I mean to see that he is. Do not mistake my intention. I do this solely to preserve the Bismarck good name. But to be known that Langsouth was employing the services of inferior chefs, this once fine establishment would soon fall into disrepute. You have yet to speak a word, but I take it you are not pleased with my evaluation. Very well, you would have me believe that this incident was an aberration and not, in fact, indicative of a general decline in standards. I suggest you convince me with your cooking. I will not have said that I'm an unreasonable man. Make me another meat kebab, one fit for consumption. This time, and I shall reconsider my stance. Where's my meat kebab? The other fellow's attempt may have been unpalatable, but at least I did not have to wait for it. This is goddamn meat kebab. Dude, chill. For real. Here it is. Finally. Unless you have any objections, I shall sample it in your kitchen. That way I can treat Langsouth to my opinion with the flavor still fresh on my palate. Well, it would seem you've made amends for your fellow chef's failure. This is as moist and flavorsome a meat kebab as I've ever tasted. And I've tasted more than I can count. As a matter of fact, I consider myself something of a connoisseur of the dish, and know more than a little about its preparation. Would you like to tell me what you think your colleague did wrong? First of all, in his eagerness to seal in the meat's moisture, he left it stirring for far too long, producing something akin to charcoal. And so with your dodo, its surface is just enough to be aromatic, while the middle is still moist. Second, your friend grilled all the ingredients together. Even though tomato and paprika require far less time to fire over fire than meat, to your credit, you did not fall into this trap. Last but not least, your friend was too heavy on the salt. Those with underdeveloped palates may beg to differ, but it is the harmony of sweet, sour, and salty that makes the meat kebab. And yours, my friend, struck the perfect balance. Which brings me to my conclusion. I was wrong to assume the quality of your colleague's dish was indicative of a general decline in standards. It would seem that Bismarck's reputation is in no immediate danger. Thus reassured, I shall forget about the incident. Master Langsouth has done well to train such a capable culinarian. I pray you continue honing your skills under his tutelage. This is the Kraken. Ah, Zelda, just the woman I was looking for. What's all the reaching ears about what you got up to while I was away? Damn tell it, you single-handedly restored all Mitamaga's faith in the Bismarck. For that, you have my gratitude, lass, and Ingram's too. I told him to thank you in person. He's too bloody proud. Don't hold it against him, though. Thought he'd forgive him if Dad saw it. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I ain't never been one to give none of mine the acts of feathering up a petition for you. The dying our patrons are important. There ain't any reason for being here. Maybe first duty is training them culinarians, and even if the good name of this restaurant suffers for it, you won't see me shed no tears. You know why, lass? Because it's the people that ultimately make this place more than anything else. It's a passion for cooking that I want to bring out. Truth be told, there's only one reason I send a man away. You stop wanting to be a culinarian. Of course, I doubt that's something that's ever applied to you. In short, you've been here. You've already proven yourself more capable. So long as you keep your nose to the stove, you're only gonna get better. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. And tasting it for good measure. Thank you, Lansing. You're amazing. Oh, looks like we got some ads. Ads. Alright, and we're back for another 15-16 minutes. How do, Zelda? Been taking care of yourself, lass. Remember, if you ain't got your health, you ain't got nothing. Speaking of health, one of our lot's been in normal self late. Ain't been in normal self late. Giving Dove's her name, and she ain't having a bit of trouble letting me go. Judged by the grimace she was wearing. Told the poor woman she would take proper care of herself. She barely leave the kitchen for anything. Probably how the problem came about. After it comes to think of it, when the road if you ain't sported soon, I'm worried she'll burst. You know what a pixie plum is, lass? It's a fruit that's native to Curtis. Just a thing to help solve Deb and Doug's problem. Trouble is they're bitter as sin when fresh. Which is why plenty of chefs don't cook with the things. Of course, what they don't know is you can't get rid of the bitterness by drying. You can get rid of the bitterness by drying it. But still, doing so brings out their natural sweetness without affecting their other properties. Give rise to the noble trait known as fried plum. I would have made these myself, but we ain't got no plums at the moment, and can't very well leave the post and go get them. So I need you to do the picking and making me instead. You can pick the plums in the wilds if you're fond of foraging. Failing that, take a can of the market board in West Hawker's Alley. Oh, and once the dry plums are ready, send a Dib and Doug eat them, would you? You might want to avoid letting on about the whys and wherefores, such as such, and all that. You want me to give you my opinion on your handiwork? Indeed. Well, my dodo won't need turning for a little while, so I suppose I can spare a moment. Let's go to the upper floor. Oh, these are lovely. What kind of fruits did you say they were? Pixie plums? No, I never. There isn't a hint of bitterness about them. The dry and processed wisdom of that, you say? I have no idea. In truth, the only thing I did know about pixie plums is that they're a traditional remedy for... Now, look here. We've barely exchanged 2 words since you joined this guild, and yet you're being presumptuous. What? It was all like the guild master's idea. Oh, gods! Does the man know decency? This is an outrageous invasion of my privacy. Unforgivable and... and strangely moving. Oh, no. They're prunes, Chad. She's gonna go to the bathroom. As busy as I am, I'm not so busy as Master Langstaff. Yet somehow he finds time to look after his new charges, while I can scarcely spare a moment to look after myself. I've been working so hard, but maybe effort's not the answer. Perhaps I need to relax a little. Thank you for the gift. I promise to take better care of myself in the future. Let's go win some friends with all this. Great timing, Zelda. Just so happens you got a task for you. I'll test your ingenuity in the kitchen. Diving Dove's looking a lot less tense thanks to your dried prunes. But she's still a bit on the pale side for my liking. Woman needs some bread and meat in her, if you ask me, and I want you to cook it. Nice big owl goat steak should put some color back in her cheeks. Thing is, Diving Dove don't much care for the meat. Owl goat's tough as leather, you see, and it's got pretty pungent flavor to boot. Islanders are just about the only folk as enjoy it. Safe to say, you'll need to do something about the texture and taste if you want Diving Dove to eat your all good steak. Got all that? Good. Now run along, eh? You like my opinion on a dish? Very well. What do you have for me? A nice juicy outfit. Oh, is this what I think it is? So I must warn you, I'm not particularly fond of olive goat. My evaluation may not be the most objective, but if you insist. My word. Are you certain this is olive goat? It's not chewy in the slightest. You've done a fine job of tenderizing the meat, I must say. What's more, I can scarce make out the pungent flavor. It remains to be sure, but it's somewhat pleasant. Most delicious when complemented by garlic. Being rich in iron, all good is supposedly good for you. But the texture and taste leave a lot to be desired. Which is why I've always loathed this stuff. How ironic that you should choose me of all people to sample you. Wait a minute. This isn't another one of the Guildmaster's schemes to nurse him back to health, is it? Uh-huh. Yep, it is. Why, that interfering. I said I would take better care of myself, didn't I? Everyone thinks he knows better. At any rate, it does nothing to detract from your achievement. You made me change my mind about Alco, and that's no small coup. No chef in my native Ul'dah would have gone to such lengths to make the meat appealing. They would have dismissed it as lowly fare and worthy of their time. Ul'dah cuisine is a true product of life in the Sultanate, you see, rife with pomp and pretense. I began my career there, but soon grew weary of all the charlatans masquerading as gourmands. To hear them speak, one would assume that the gold leaf was an essential part of every meal. That is why I came to Limsa. Thank the gods that I did. Here, the people's love of cuisine is simple and pure. It shows the dedication of our guild members. Not a day goes by that I do not count myself fortunate to be given the opportunity to work alongside fine culinarians like you. Well, thank you, Davida. You are amazing. We love you, Diamond Dove. You're pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bollocks! Me and out in the 7 L's am I meant to cook with one bloody hand? God, of all the goddamn times I could have heard it. Why, it'd have to be now. Forgive me, language lass. Don't worry, it ain't serious. Well, it is a bit serious, don't you? They've gone and knackered me. I'm trying to catch a falling crate. See? Ill and all, but it hurts like it'll ill and all, but it hurts like a bastard. Can't so much as scratch me arse with it. Never mind, I hold a skillet. Wouldn't be so bad but we got ourselves a bigwig coming to dine today. One of the most powerful men in Ul'dah. Now, I've been in the business for decades, but I ain't no stranger to coddled dignitaries that whine about the color of the blood of his property. And how's there too much pasta garnish on top of their soup? This ain't no ordinary coddled dignitary we're dealing with. This one bases himself a food critic, and he's always out to find fault, real or not. And that ain't the worst of it. Owing to his influence, he's driven more than a few respectable establishments into the ground. For this, he's earned himself the name of Chef's Bay in culinary circles. Each time a man's dining in Bismarck, I've personally done the cooking so as to avert disaster. Don't get me wrong, I'm completely trusting in all my chefs. If the Bismarck goes under, the guild goes with it. And that ain't a burden I can put on just anyone's shoulders. Yawn. This time someone else is gonna have to fill in for me. I want that someone to be you, Zelda. You've proven yourself more than capable, and in high-pressure situations besides. I'm confident you won't let us down. You did well to begin by talking with Diamond Dove. Being a native Ul'dah might be she knows something of the chef's back. Lord Lolarito. Da, da, da. I'm aware of the situation. Don't panic. The Guildmaster is indisposed. All is not yet lost. In case you're unfamiliar with our distinguished guest, he is the head of East Aldenard Trading Company. Though you may not have heard that name before, you will almost certainly have heard of its many famous brands and owns, such as Istane's Lapidaries and Sunsilk Tapestries. Lord Lolarito's countless successes have made him the wealthiest man in Ul'dah, a place where wealth and influence are synonymous. It goes without saying that he has a seat on the syndicate. It's a ball that rules the Sultanate. Unless you wonder, Ul'dah is only notationally a ascension these days. Anyway, as is often the way with men and means, Lord Lolorito is a lover of fine cuisine. The Guild Master doubtless mentioned he has made a name for himself as a ruthless food critic. Man has a penchant for making life miserable for us chefs. Indeed, he never places an order, but demands instead that you impress him. And therein lies our first thing, what to serve. Unless you think the fates are unduly mischievous, I'm happy to report that odds are not always stacked against us. It just so happens that Lolorito's butler, a fellow by the name of Nunapressa, is dining at the Bismarck at this very moment. So a chance to learn what manner of dish Lord Lolorito craves. Go to Nunapressa on the terrace and try to coax the information out of him. Good luck. There's Nunapressa. I'm sorry? I think I may have misheard. Did you say you would be preparing the Lord Lolorito's meal? Oh, this is rather unexpected, but if Master Langsat saw fit to impress past you, then you must not be without skill. You wish to know what my master desires to eat? Ha ha ha! Finally, it occurs someone to ask me that question. It is my duty to see that my lord never wants for comfort, and naught pleases me more than to see Lord Lolorito in high spirits. As such, I would be glad to share with you what I know. Shortly prior to arriving in Limsa, my master spoke of being seized by a craving for a hearty meal of meat. I did not mention a specific dish. I happen to know that smoked raptor is a particular favorite of his. Needless to say, a man of much refined taste is who you would expect to be no less than the finest sample of the dish. I hope this information serves you well. Lord Lolorito is due to conclude his business negotiations presently, and will desire to make his meal take his meal thereafter. Once the smoked raptor is ready, pray, bring it to me. I shall see it delivered to my master. Remember, Lord Lolorito will accept nothing less than the best. The smoked raptor must be the finest example of the dish. Well, fortunately for you, I make a mean, and I do mean smoked raptor. Ah, the smoked raptor is ready. Good. Now I trust you won't object to an inspection. Don't you worry about your handiwork being defaced. My years serving Lord Lolorito have taught me how to taste his sight and smell alone. By the gods, this raptor is sublime. The marriage of cracked pepper and sun lemon begets an irresistible fragrance that perfectly complements the aroma of the meat. The flavor is rounded out with the mellow fruitiness of olive oil, which lends the shank a lustrous sheen that tranquilizes the eye. I have presided over Lord Lolorito's dining table for many years, and I can say without reservation, this is the most delectable smoked raptor I have ever had the pleasure of not eating. It is of little wonder that Master Langsat deemed you fit to cook in his stead. I doubt that even he could have delivered a better rendition of my master's favorite dish. You, madam, are quite a culinarian. Ah, but I sense you are more relieved than flattered. Hardly surprising, I suppose. Much and more is said of my lord's uncompromising approach to cuisine. While I will not refute the rumors, you may rest assured that the Bismarck has no cause to worry. Now then, if you will excuse me, I must see my lord's meal delivered to you. You may look forward to hearing his judgment anon, and entirely without trepidation, if my senses do not fail me. President Master Langsat, my compliments. Oh, come on. Don't crash on us. Don't crash on us, game. One moment, chat. Just testing a few things. We'll play with this later. We'll play with that later. Let's not get too hung up with this. Oh. Wrong game. Let's go talk to Link's app. Go ahead and execute our actions. Lead a battle and reduce rates for the members of our three company. You did it, Zelda. You impressed the pants off of Lolorito's butler. None of Preston knows his master tastes better. None of Preston knows his master tastes better than his own, and his approval is all the insurance I need to feel safe, and it's all thanks to you. You never cease to amaze me, Zelda. You came to us with nary any knowledge of cooking, and now you're like a second left hand. A second left hand? Well, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say was you're as useful to me as and I only skill it with. Something no culinary can do with that. You've got it in you to be one of the finest chefs in the realm, and I would see you fulfill your potential. Promise me you'll keep out your cooking. I sure will, man. Right, good. Good of you to drop in again. Zelda, you'd be surprised how many of your guildmates stop coming all together. And they know all that needs knowing. But it is as scholarly would tell you. Learning never stops, and I speak from experience. Some may say I'm the best in the realm, but there ain't a day that passes that I don't discover something new. Now, you and me, we're chefs, and first and foremost, there's more to the restaurant business than just cooking. That's why I want you to speak with Letitia, our bookkeeper. Before coming to us, she herself is a scholar doing the customs work at Melvin's Gate. You stand to learn much and more about seeing things from her perspective. Let's go talk to Miss Letitia, shall we? Whoop. Ah, Zelda, the chef who prepared Lord Loretta's meal in the Guildmaster's stead. Thanks to your heroics, the Bismarck's reputation came through unscathed. We all owe you for that. So it brings you to my counter. Master Langside would have you learn about the restaurant business at large, she said. Why, of course, it would be my pleasure to share with you such knowledge as I possess. But before we begin, I should take a deal with a bite of tea. It's been a long and busy shift, and I haven't had the chance to sit down to a proper meal. By way of board, might I trouble you to prepare some ratatouille for me? And call me spoiled, but please make it the most exquisite serving you can manage. My thanks in advance. Don't mean to rush you, but if the ratatouille takes much longer, I fear I'm like to pass out from exhaustion. There you go, lady. Cooks and books. Ah, such an exciting aroma. I'll enjoy this right away. I can't remember the last time I had such tasty ratatouille. It was truly wonderful, and with my hunger sated, I can now delve into the kind of work I do here. In fact, you've witnessed one of my more important things, keeping track of our members' progress. I found that sampling each person's rendition of ratatouille gives me marvelous insights into their growth. Owing to its simplicity, the vegetable saute lends itself to a variation. It lends itself well to variation, allowing the chef to pour himself into his creation. Indeed, your own bespeaks your ability to create a quality dish under strict time constraints. Do not underestimate that skill. You'll find a great deal of a restaurant's success lies in performing tasks expeditiously. As an example, some other services are provided procuring ingredients, ensuring our equipment functions, and perhaps most importantly, listening to our customers. If any of these tasks were ignored for an extended period, it's fair to say the business would fall into chaos, and her name would lose its considerable luster. Well, I trust you now have something of an insight into my responsibilities. I only wish that all our members shared your curiosity about what goes into running this place. Give me the monies. Oh, the monies. Oh, Zelda, you're just the last I was looking for. Which is to say, you'd be the last that what Letitia was looking for. She's in need of some practice hands, and you've got the only one she'll trust. Well, aside mine, of course, but I've got my own matters to attend to. Take fair warning, though, Zelda. The better you get, the more others turn to you. It's a fine feeling being relied upon, but it can be a right pain in the arse, too. Any road, Enough for me to prattle. Run along and find out what Letitia wants. My thanks for agreeing to help, Zelda. Now, I will tell you the details of your task, but I must ask that you keep it in the utmost confidence. The Admiral is scheduled to host an afternoon tea for visiting dignitaries, and Bismarck has been called upon to provide them with pasts and refreshments. I've been charged with conceiving the menu and prepare health baking a few sample dishes. I'd be grateful if you could prepare a blood currant tart, a serving of pastry dish, and a cup of chamomile tea, all the finest quality. As a woman of the sea, the Admiral drinks liquor like most folk drink water. But the same cannot be said of her guests, since the afternoon tea was supposed to say, since the afternoon is supposed to say a dinner banquet. Alas, we know little and less of their taste besides that, so I'm forced to consider a wide variety of options. It's proven to be quite a task, but with your help, I'm confident that we can serve up a menu to please. Are the items I requested coming along? Lest you forget, it's a blood currant tart, a serving of pastry fish, and a cup of chamomile tea that I need, all of the finest quality. Blood currant tart, pastry fish, chamomile tea. Ah, such a tantalizing melody of aromas. Cannot wait to sample each one. You've outdone yourself yet again, Zelda. As soon as our guests seat themselves at the table, their nose will be enticed by the rich, relaxing fragrance of chamomile. Having taken a warming sip of tea, their attention will turn next to tart and pastry. For an instant, they are at a loss, as both dishes are prepared with such loving detail. Is this a mere food to consume or art to admire? I feel a twinge of sadness that they must efface its beauty. But sensation is short-lived, for no sooner do their teeth break the flaky crust than they experience a veritable symphony of tastes and textures. The making of pastries and sweets demands not only a delicate hand, but artistic sense besides, and you, Zelda, are possessed of both. I can recommend you to the Admiral without reserve. I owe you an apology and an explanation. Isn't being wholly forthright with you. While I'm indeed tasked with conceiving the menu for the Admiral's functions, it was also my job to select a guild member who will serve as her chef. And I'm thrilled to inform that honor shall fall to you, the woman who passed my test with flying colors. There is no doubt in my mind that you will represent the Bismarck admirably. Keep up the fine work and be close at hand for when the Admiral has needed you. And we are level 53. Nice pretty bow, chat. Lanks have since received word that a foreign dignitary has arrived for the minutes. I'm told you passed Letitia's test with flying colors, and now you're to cook for the Admiral's official functions. Well, the time's come for you to begin flexing them culinary muscles for the good of romance and diplomacy. Aye, word arrived from the bridge just now. A foreign dignitary has come to Limsa, and the Admiral wants us, for which I'm you to fashion the meal together. Letitia's got all the details, so you don't want to speak with her. Go do us proud, Zelda. I've been waiting for you, Zelda. As I'm sure Lynx have informed you, we are playing a host to a man of some importance, an emissary from the holy see of Ishgard. Ishgard, you say? Your task is to prepare a dish that will satisfy him. When the Admiral receives foreign visitors, she ordinarily requests that we serve them the best of Peninsula cuisine. This time, however, she wishes to treat her guests to a taste of home away from home, but just drove good will. To this end, you are to prepare a serving of Zamal Gratin. It's a baked dish of F-tail and potatoes, creamy and warming. That is the mainstay of the cold climes of Ishgard. Suffice to say, the only finest example of the dish, made with only the finest ingredients, will do on this occasion. Is the Mile Groton ready? Remember, only the finest sample of the dish will do for this occasion. And starting soon. Ah, yes, it certainly looks and smells the part. Let's say the same, if the same can be said of the taste. Oh my, simply exquisite. The crust is baked to golden perfection and bringing it yields the creamy goodness underneath. F-tail tends to be lean and snewy, but gardening it solves the problem. These guardians have prepared the meat in this fashion since eras past, and I'm pleased to see that you have done likewise. As for the potato slices, they are bold enough to be cooked through, yet not so much as to render them bereft of texture. In summary, yours a mild gratin leaves naught to be desired. Lest you wonder, the dish takes its name from one of Ishgard's oldest and proudest families. House Samael has long stood at the forefront of castle building. Legend has it, the family created this dish in order to fill the bellies and warm the hearts of their workers, and I am confident that your rendition will do the same for our esteemed guest. Today your culinary creation shall serve not only to save to hunger, but also to close the distance between nations. You can hold your head up high, Zelda. Keep up your efforts, and soon you will become the equal of Master Langsat himself. Level 54, let's go! Learn muscle memory. Very rockin' chat. We're learning all the skills. Alright, last culinary quest. Revenge of the suspect. Thank the gods here, Zelda. The Admiral's due to receive a ton of bulldog. The Bismarck's been called on to handle the welcoming feast. But aren't there half of it? The Sultana specifically requested that your cooking be served. Seems word of your talents reached your Grace's ears, and naught would do, but she must sample your culinary creations. Now that's all well and good, but there's a bleeding lot at stake here. Losing the Sultana would win you more acclaim than what else you could do. But if you was to bugger it up, well, I'd rather not dwell on it. Right now, all you know is she's keen to dine on something tasty. But if you want to guarantee your royal client's satisfaction, you need to learn what she's hankering for. As always, we can count on the help of your guildmate. As always, you can count on the help of your guildmates. For starters, you do well to consult Diamond Dove. One's from old Dodge, you know, and she can offer some insights into Sultana's preferences. Off you go now, and good luck. You know, Doc, commoners like myself seldom get the chance to see the Sultana in the flesh. It's a great honor being called upon to prepare a gracious meal. but I warn you to proceed with caution. I'm sure you recall Lord Lolarito, your erstwhile patron. Well, troubling rumors circulating to the effect that he arranged this royal visit. As a member of the syndicate, it is entirely within his powers to do so. And if the whispers can be believed, Lolarito's sole purpose for bringing the Sultana into Laminta is to humiliate you, Zelda, and by extension the Bismarck. Whatever his reasons, twould seem he still intend on proving our creation's wanting. So as to preserve our good name, it would be to your benefit to do as the Guildmaster suggested and learn all you can of Sultana's days. For this, I recommend you consult Letitia, knowing her she's already begun looking into the matter. I've been expecting you, Zelda, and maybe more bookkeeper than chef, but I'm no less a member of the Bismarck. As such, I mean to do all in my power to see that you succeed in pleasing the Sultana. Lord Lolarito has gone to great lengths to prevent us from discovering the Sultana's preferences. But discover them we shall. At any given time, there are a great many old ons visiting Limsa Minsa, be it for business or leisure. It's just leaving you learning all you can from them. You might also wish to speak with Rubu F.F. Cohen, a former colleague of mine at Melvin's Gate. As a customs officer, she has an overview of exports to Uruguay. I realize this may be a stretch, but we cannot have too many hints. Alright, so first we need to talk with Kukubana. She's right here. You would know about the Sultana. Her Grace is possessed of a good heart, that which is plain. But if you ask my honest opinion, she's rather young to be ruined. Oh, her preference is at table. In that case, I know for a fact that she is partial to crown pie. I once went to a patisserie to buy one, only to be informed that her Grace had bought out the entire shop. Alright, well, we know she likes ground up pie. Servers over here. Move this down a bit so we can see what we're doing. Why, yes, I do happen to come to a Mulda. Is there something you require? You wish to know what the Sultana likes to eat. I'm scarcely qualified to judge such things, but I do recall this one time I went to the markets. There's a bit of kindest stock of meats, and if the fellow is to be believed, this beef was bound for the royal kitchens, to be used to make beef stew for her Grace. Hope that helps. Button with lower inside. Ready. What the Sultana likes to eat, you ask? I cannot claim first-hand knowledge, but some moons ago there was an article in the Missile Eye. Her Grace was on a royal visit to Britannia, where she reportedly fell in love with a local dish. Something called Trapper's Quiche, if memory serves. So we got Trapper's Quiche, We got some crown pie and what is this? Let's see what Boo has for us. Let's see what Rabu has for us. Ah, you must be from the Bismarck. Just sent word that you might be along to learn what manner of cuisine the Sultana enjoys. While I do not have plain answers for you, I can tell you that F-Tail suddenly vanished from the Lumenson market right before her grace arrived. Some investigative work revealed that the tails were snapped up by the East Aldenar Trading Company, and disturbed by none other than Lord Lalarito. Somehow I doubt that this is a simple coincidence. After all, when one thinks of F-Tail, one can't help but think of the eponymous dish, F-Steak. I would wager that Lord Lalarito seeks to prevent you from making it. All the more reason to prepare a plate, you know? F-Steak. I think we know what we're making, chat. I think we know what we're making. It's good to see you return, Zelda. Judging by your elated expression, I take it your investigation is borne fruit. What potential fruits, you say? An F-Steak, a bowl of beef stew, a serving of trapper's quiche, and a crown pie. Given which one the Sultana has the greatest interest for pondered, so why not prepare all of them? This is a grand banquet, is it not? So it'd certainly not be taken amiss for you to present several dishes. With that settled, best you get to work. Needless to say, all the dishes must be prepared to the highest standard. Once they're ready, please deliver to the banquet venue. Speak with Zentdale at Bulwark Hall, and he will grant you admittance. This is a moment of truth, Zelda. Go and do us proud. The culinarians of the evening, I'm informed that you will be serving an F-Steak, a bowl of beef stew with serving a trapper's quiche, and a crown pie for the Admiral's banquet. My lords and ladies are beside themselves with anticipation. I do not keep them waiting over long. One F-Steak, one beef stew, one trapper's quiche, and one crown pie. Ah, dishes. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You may enter. Cutscene! Oh, Laredo's pissed. I do declare, that was the most magnificent meal. My soul laments that I cannot take another bite, but that I had the girth of a guru. It gladdens me to see your grace so well satisfied. Forsooth, I have never known such satisfaction at table. You did not exaggerate when you told me that a culinary of surpassing skill was to be found in Limsa. Never did I imagine that it would be you, dear Zelda. Thanks to you, I have tasted heaven. My gratitude is yours. She had possibly known that every one of the Sultana's favorite dishes. Instead of being humiliated, she ends up winning her grace's adoration. Bah! Did you say something, Lord Lalavita? Nay, your grace, I was merely admiring the cuisine. As you say. But truly, your presence here is a surprise of the highest order. You must allow me to send you a gift befitting your services today. You were given to understand that I requested you by name. Forgive me, but there appears to be a misunderstanding. You trust the arrangements wholly to Lord Lalavita. Got him. Got him, chat. Laredo can't touch this. Laredo can't touch this. Back to Colin Williams. Alright, we have reached the end. I've heard all about it, Zelda. You did it again. God bless you. To have the Sultana herself praise your cooking and a taste of heaven. Hell's even I can't boast such a feat. The Admiral commends me for training such a fine culinarian, but I didn't know more than teach you what it means to be one. Make no mistake, it was you that did all the hard work. You surpassed even myself for a name. The famed Zelda, there ain't nothing left I can tell you that you don't already ken. I'm prouder than I've got any right to be. Nay, 'tain't no modest accomplishment, lass. And from here, you'll go on to reach even greater heights in our craft. Whatever you end up, always remember me words. It's passion that makes a culinarian. With that passion close to your heart, go and put smiles on the faces of folk with your cooking. You can be sure I'll keep striving to do the same. Alright, we will definitely take that. We will not take any of the here. While we might use it, we might craft it up for glam in the future, we want to make sure that our base gear is shared amongst all of our professions. Yep. Let's go equip our new skillet. And update our sets. Alright. So now we do blacksmith and armor. Alright, let's go to the blacksmith guild, which is down here. So we want to go to the aft castle. To the aft castle. We got blacksmith and armor left here, and then after that we can go to the diamond, and we'll be all done with professions. Let's talk to our guild master here. And do my first cross beam hammer. Now there is a beautiful sight. Never forget a Smitty's hammer. It's her one true love. Friends will betray me. Lovers will leave you, but you can never do you wrong. You're wrong. God seeing you standing there reminds me of the less ale side, a lady-shaped version of me on the cell. Right on to your task. We ain't got a congregation of soft-handed scholars here. Smitty's learn by doing. Try your hand at making a bronze. Any Smitty worth of salt. Got to master the fundamentals, and you can't get more fundamental than that. It ain't complicated. Bronze is just copper and tin smelted down in the mix and mixed together. It didn't mean I ain't got it sit copper and tin on it. As as most folk don't carry stuff like that around without some reason. Slendermere outside can provide you with some for a price, that is. What the lad can't sell you though, it's the fire shard you'll need. It ain't complicated, but that don't mean it's easy. You need to melt the metals after all, and to do that you need to get them hotter than a bombard's backside. And that's all there is to it. And you can handle it, lads. Remember, to make a bronze ingot, all you need is copper, tin, and a fire shard. Slendermere can sell you the ore, but you'll have to buy the shard on your own. Of course, I'm telling you this, I'll need something that you still to do the job. You've done it already. Show us your work, for God's sake. We don't just make shit. We make hard quality shit. Hey, you alright, lass? Better than that, even. Sure you ain't done this before? Because honestly, this ain't what you'd expect from an adventurer fresh off the street. I think you might be a bleeding natural, lass. It takes just the right balance of metals to produce bronze suitable for weapons and tools. But this thing that you made me, lass, it's on par with them as your veterans produce. You can take this down to Alker's Alley and find a buyer in no time. Brygot's watching over you, ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it. Heck, you got talent, lass. Don't let it get to your head. See plenty of folk be drunk on early success, only to keep their guts up later, because they forgot that talents work for their all without hard work and dedication. So I tell you what, keep it simple for now, lass. Practice fundamentals so you can smelt bronze in your sleep. And when you gain the kind of confidence that only comes from it with experience, come back and I'll teach you something. Alright. Good. We're rocking. We're making a name for ourselves. Hammer time. Praise the builder. I was afraid you might have joined up with another crew. The thought of it pained me so much I was down at the winch till the morning bells I was. But here you are, still brimming with potential, with some extra meat on your smitten arm. And the eyes don't deceive me. So there's something new. Of course, how could I forget Zelda? He made. I bet you craft 3 bronze crossbeam hammers, just like the ones all our apprentice smithies use. For this, you'll need bronze, make a lumber, and a hempen cloth. Now I know making a bronze won't pose you no trouble, but allow me to offer you a bit of advice regarding materials. If you want to save yourself a coin, you might consider mining your own copper and tin out in the wilds. And if that don't tickle your fancy, you might consider whacking the odd copper until it stops moving. They'll look around with them. See, and it ain't as if swinging a sword's all that different from pounding a lump of metal in the shape, is it? At the end of the day, though, how you go about getting the bits and pieces don't matter to me. I just want to see you make a decent hammer. Do what needs doing and come back when it's done. What are them hammers I asked for, lass? 1, 2, and 3. It seems last time weren't no fluke. Here's some impressive work, lass. Now layman might look at this and think you just stuck a piece of bronze in a maple stick. You've done a damn sight more than that, whether you know it or not. Hammer's a tool, after all. And it's got a grip, a shaft, with tens of thousands of stripes. It's more when a smith is pounding a red-hot piece of metal. The hammer takes some of the heat and swells touch. Which ain't a problem unless it's a poorly made piece of shite. Take it from me, lass. There's a few things more embarrassing than flinging a glowing hammerhead over your shoulder, straight in the eye of your newest apprentice. You're gonna be dead until you get a sight back. But I reckon your hammers won't lead to any incidents like that. In short, I'm happy with what you've done. And I'll spare us both that don't rest in your laurel speech. It's all the same to you. Stating the bleeding obvious is best done with a drink in your hand, I find. Well done, anyway. Here, you'll be needing this. Hammer will suffice you for simple smithing, but complex jobs call for a more delicate touch. Just what a file gives you. Using one alongside your hammer will make your life a good deal easier. Whether you're crafting, fine smithing, something simple, I guarantee you'll see the difference. And when you've done that, do it again. And we're going to practice so you can build that file as well as your hammer. Once you got the hang of it, come back for another task. Riveting landings. You know what, lass? It may not be my place to say it, but being your guildmaster and all. But I like you. I really like you. Together there's naught we can't. What? Why are you making that face at me? Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. You're the most promising pupil I've had in God's know how long, that is all. I was just waxing sentimental for a moment. You can't rightly tell me you don't get a bit emotional when you've been out in the night before and... Bah, forget it. Been working hard, have you? I can tell. This is just the beginning, lass. I see the art of being a blacksmith is deeper than the deepest ocean. And if you plan on getting to the bottom of it, you'll need to sink? No, that's no good. Alright, how about this? If you mean to set sail for that faraway land of Smith and Mastery, you must try to make the journey in a debut. What the hell's with it? Just make me a dozen bronze rivets, lass. Oh, them rivets coming along any time now, lass. We make mega good crafts, crap. Praise the builder, you've done it again. These rivets are perfect. But don't take that to mean they're special, because they ain't. You see, rivets have got to be perfect. I'll tell you for why. When you're pounding something and your hammer breaks, you just can't, you can just grab a new one. It's a whole story when your rivets fail. Ever seen an airship blast? Marvelous things they are. But bloody complicated. Now imagine you're a dozen moms above Limson, your fancy flying boat starts springing rivets. Might be as it's from the engine, might be from the hull. Don't make no difference, whichever it is, you're royally buggered. If I was on that airship last, taking on a gorgeous view as the confounded contraption tumbled down to the earth below, I'd be cursing them rivets with all my heart. And the half-rust bastard has shot him out, too. You wouldn't want that on your conscience, would you? Which is why you must always make quality products that stand the test of time. True. We need quality, chat. Buying quality is cheaper than buying cheap crap that breaks every 12 seconds. To help you learn the importance of quality, I want you to try smithing for paying customers. Start by having a word with Timokri down at the Witch. She should be able to point you to the direction of a few lomenses and the services of a talented lass like yourself. On your craft, earn some coin. Else, have a drink while you're at it. The Witch is always serving. Business of the blacksmith. Aw, hell's now, lass. Can't you see I'm struggling with a matter of great import? Being forge master ain't all drinking debauchery, especially non-subs breathing down me neck. We're a business, she says, and our job's to ensure Nauticus and Nelly stays profitable as something bollocks. Which I says, now look here, you greedy shrew. We're making a mint off our commission for the master, ain't we? Well, I meant to have said shrew. Anyway, the gritty shrew then starts yattering on about expanding into new bleeding markets. Says we should be selling more to the tree folk when we're done. So should be the one to develop a plan of action. 7 hells, lass, I'm a smitty, not a merchant. I've never been big to bleeding the donkey. It gets worse. See, we need a man with connections, don't we? Someone who can make arrangements with the tree folk. So Nonza goes and finds me, like a clever bastard by the sound of it, and orders me to go and meet him. So I goes and meets him, only to find it's none other than bleeding days they are. and I'd sooner bash my own teeth in and talk through that piece of... Wait a minute. I know how to deal with this. You can talk to him. You'll help old Brickdale handle his Gardanian nonsense, won't you? Of course you will. Go on, then. Chop chop. Alright, I'll go handle your dirty work for you. But on Brickdale's behalf, do you say? I guess that horse son doesn't realize the trouble he's in. Well, it's his neck. I'll work with you, Smith, and I'll even keep my dictation simple. Taking the instruction from that drunkard will have dulled your wits. Now listen. Dealing with the Gardanians is no different from dealing with anyone else. Everyone has needs. It's just a matter of identifying and fulfilling them. Anyone with half a brain which discounts your mentor knows that the first forestborn do not want for wood or leather goods. You have more luck selling brine to a fishback. What they do lack is steel. Theirs is an insular, isolated nation that has long sought to survive without relying over much on foreign trade. But the calamity changed all that. Half a decade on, and with no end to the rebuilding in sight, they have been forced to open their gates to adventurers. And where there are adventurers, there is demand for weapons and armor. Quality weapons and armor, mind you. My Gardanian contacts would accept nothing less. I will need some samples to show them. Bring me a bronze spatha and a bronze labrys for this purpose. Bring me a bronze spatha and a bronze spark and a spiked bronze labrys. Till I have them in my hands, we have nothing more to do. Oh, here we go. These will require close inspection. Inside, Smith. You made these weapons. I must confess the quality is quite good. I thought you know more than Brickdale's errand girl, but it seems I was wrong. The true Smith can make these pieces. As I rather suspect you are aware, a poorly weapon can cost a man his life, be it brittle, under blunting, or unevenly weighted. Every flaw will serve to hinder its owner on the battlefield. That's so this spatha, well-tempered and perfectly balanced, it is a weapon fit for a warrior. Hells, with a blade like this, even I could probably best a beast or two. And this labrys is a work of art as well. Simple, solid, and more than capable of clipping a fishback in two. If even a relative newcomer to the guild can produce work of this quality, then my contacts will have naught to worry about. The sample should convince them of that. You said Tormentor's job. You just leave the rest to me, Smith. It's easier than selling an excellent product. Alright, we got ads playing in about 30 seconds. Alright, we are back from the edge. Come on, game. Okay. I saved grass, dude. Just the last I was hoping. You're a freaking godsend, you know that? You happen to hear the trick of a mighty impression of the samples you made through that son of a hole. Even the shrew had to admit I've done a good job. But who gives a damn about business, eh? You're the smithman, alright? So be a good lass and whip us up a cross-beard hammer, Joey. Oh, before you run off, I should probably mention that Smurtamar ain't selling iron at present. And company contracts like fireworks take priority, see? The ship likes to get all stock and lay our hands out. So you have to get the iron on your own. Be it by mining or buying. I'd sooner go to Alker's Alley myself. But then it ain't my coin. And one more thing. I don't just want any iron crossbeam hammer lass. I want one melded with materia. You know what materia is, don't you? It's like, say I got an apron I've been using for a few years and years. And I got all soaked through with sweat. Instead of the sweat, you're taking up a bit of me, or spiritual essence or something. Well, that's the essence. That essence can be pulled out into stuff called materia. It's a sort of crystal that you can attach to gear and make it stronger and so on. Needless to say, I don't know how materia works. There's supposed to be a gobby who does. Then speed mix of mineral serves, and he's got a camp out in Daniel. Track him down if he needs a pop. Got that hammer for me yet? Don't worry about that she needs. Don't forget that she needs a piece of material stuck to her as well. Any kind will do. By the way, don't have to be from an apron. Damn fine work as always, lass. She got good heft this one. God, you just don't get with bras. You tire quicker, of course, but that's following the arm, not the tool. But even after you worked up a sweat, I reckon your cotton wrap grip should keep her firmly in your hand, where she belongs, eh? It's common for smithies to make their own tools, you know. There's no better way of getting just what you want, assuming you're half decent. I, for one, have always made me own. Buggered me, though. I'm starting to wish I asked you for two of these so I could keep one for myself. Heh, you really should let me buy you a drink sometime, lass. You got a lot for me. I don't want you to think me ungrateful. In fact, I'm wondering if we oughtn't to put your skills on display more prominently. Really show our potential customers what the guild has to offer. No need to fret about that for the time being, though you just keep hammering away, alright? Take it from me, lass. You'll do your best work when your only concerns are the hammer in your hand, the vision in your head, and God's blessing be upon you. You've come a long way since you first joined up last. Some smithies might be content to eke out a living selling cheap tools and weapons, but not you. You won't be satisfied till you're the best, am I right? Ah, that's the stuff. Always seeking to better yourself, ain't you? I respect that. If there's no motivation, it's only a matter of time before your work starts to suffer. Customers start looking elsewhere. They start whispering your best days in behind you. The wife runs off with a goddamn merchant. Next thing you know, you're just another poor sod drowning his sorrows to wage. Well, that won't happen to you, will it? You produced quality work back when we had to deal with them tree folk, and now I need you to do the same again. Or after another big contract, see? There's a bloke in town who's looking to buy a boatload of steel, but he won't place an order till he's sure we can deliver first-rate stuff. So we need to hand him a sample of our finest work. Yeah, it takes a lot of skill to forge a bar of high-quality steel, but you've got all the ingredients. But if you've got all the ingredients, you're halfway there. Saying that, it can still be a right pain in the eyes. But I know you're up to the task, lass. When we have made the thing, Give it to the wholesale merchant from before. There's ARR, so as he can deliver it to the clients. There's a high quality piece of steel, which were awesome. Meet again. Assuming you're here to deliver the steel. Know this, if it's not first rate, I will present it to the client. Very well, inside, Smith. Quite how you learned to smelt such excellent steel, I don't know. But I do know that it had naught to do with your wretched mentor's teaching. Harder to bear iron, yet not so rigid as to be unworkable. Cannot have been easy determining the exact quantity of bomb ash required to achieve such a balance. Speaking of which, just how did you acquire the ash? Don't tell me you went and see the voice sent things yourself. Spoiler, and when you killed the bomb thing, I slew the voice sent things myself. Yep. I killed them all myself. Because that's how you do. The market's a hardly reliable source, I know. This death and fiery explosion is beyond reckless. Still, if that's what it took, I admire your dedication. I suspect your forge master will soon be receiving some good news. I only hope that he remembers to toast your name when he adjourns to the winch to celebrate. To the ongoing wait for you to come soon, Max. Seems you got yourself an admirer. And I ain't talking about me, neither. I'm talking about someone else. It's only a matter of time before folks started asking questions about who was responsible for the guild's recent change in fortunes. You're Costa del Sol out Bloodshore. That's where your new admirer lives, in case you don't know the place. It's a favorite resort of an old on rich and famous. That's right, I'm talking about one of them. Asked me by name, they did. They said they wished to commission the great Zelda and no other. Ha ha ha! This could be your chance, lass. It ain't every day you get invited to curry favor with such a wealthy bleeding client. At first I thought it was just Brygott who was watching over you. But I'm beginning to think that the two-faced bugger Nalthal may have taken an interest in all. Anyway, you'll do it, won't you? Of course you bloody will. You'd be a goddamn fool to refuse. You'll need to trouble that bastard Phaser for the details. Oh, and though it sticks in me throat to say it, I reckon you could probably thank the Chocobo's arts while you're at it. He's one of them made it happen. Well met, Smith. I gather you've heard about your permission. I guess you understand what an honor this is, as well as what is at stake. Calling in question is a distinguished personage with tremendously high expectations. Should you fail to live up to them, it will reflect poorly on both you and your guild. As for myself, the last thing I need is a well-connected Uldan telling his associates not to buy your products. Products I need, hardly add. Which I should very much like to sell them. In short, don't fail. Now then, I believe I saw Miss Quisser arrive a moment ago. She's our client's representative. Go inside and introduce yourself to her. She will explain the condition. I've heard a great deal about you, Zelda. As you may have heard, my master was captivated by tales of your exceptional craftsmanship. I thought you the ideal candidate for him to take a commission of particularly important to him. By the way of introduction, my master's estate boasts the most spectacular gardens in all of Costa del Sol. Its many botanical marvels owe much to the efforts of our chief groundsman, who has nurtured them since he was a lad. Dear old fellow has been with the family for more generations now, and the master feels his pastime and his years of faithful service be recognized. And what better way to honor the tireless efforts of one's loyal servant than to present him with an exquisitely wrought example of the tool of his beloved trade. In shortness, he may, my master will commission a cleaved iron hatchet of the first order, and that anything less than perfection will be deemed unacceptable. I trust you will not disappoint us. Do you have the hatchet? Yes. My, though I count myself no expert in such matters, even I am sensible to this hatchet's quality. It is magnificent. Mr. Facer's words did not do you justice. You were a veritable prodigy, madam. Your hatchet is more a work of art than a tool. When I run my fingers along its smooth leather grip and gaze upon its flawless, sparkling blade, I find that I am moved. It seems a great shame to allow such a masterpiece to be used for mere garden. The tools are made for a purpose. Mayhap as the blade dulls and the grip wears, it will get a different sort of beauty. Ah, but I'm beginning to sound like our chief groundsman. Such a gentle soul. I'm quite sure he will see the artistry in your creation. Why, he may even serve to inspire him in his own craft. You should be proud. On behalf of my lord, I thank you, Zelda. Try to give my regards to Master Facer. You certainly rose to the occasion, expertly done, Smith. And it seems like Miss Cusick has marked you out as a crafter of outstanding skill. For the master agrees with your assessment, this may well be the first of many such commissions. You have every right to be proud. I suppose your mentor will want to know what its strengths are. I swear your talents are truly wasted serving that fool. You may tell him that I said so if you wish. Goddamn, you're a damn good smith, Zelda. Better. So, Bezer said you saw... Ah, there you are, lass. Well, tell us how it went. Then, he said that, did he? So you saw it taking like he knows what it means over to be his smithy? The one that knows better than me. And I've only ever wanted what's best for you. I still remember the day you first walked in here, you know? Excuse me, even then, that you got will of iron. Something in your eyes. There was something that told me you gave your all to the craft. Not for coin or fame, but for the sake of making something good. And that's just what you need around here. So don't let us down, Zelda. Stick with us, and we'll do right by you. Set Phaser to stone. Star Trek reference. Wow. Something's evil brewing in my belly. I tell you, can't seem to hurt keep anything down. To me, like a witch, I reckon. Couldn't have come at a worse time either with Phaser breathing down my neck. You know, when it comes to the market, you've never met a tighter miser than old Phasar. But at the Coliseum, the man throws gold at fighters like water at a fire. They know it too, so they ask their patron for a new blade. Once they get their blade, now it's bigger, sharper, shinier blade. Well, you know it. I'm waking bells, forging weapons for folk that ain't got arms enough to wield them all. Don't get me wrong. I'd gladly take the Horse Son's coin, but I ain't up to it this time on account of his condition. Which is why I need you to make whatever needs making in his stead. Have a word with Phaser and see what he wants. So Brightwell sends you to meet me yet again. Flattery holds me in such esteem. As you may have heard, I have an eye for able warriors, yet without the proper arms and armaments, abilities for naught. Fortunately, one still booze of equal parts splendor and might in you, and Britell shall know the bounty of my generosity. You failed me, Zelda. And I may be forced to reconsider my arrangement with Naldic Gilbellies. One moment, chat. One still booze, Zelda. Make the greatest weapon you've ever made, then throw it away and make me a better one. You come with my gifts? Excellent. So let's have a look, shall we? I demanded nothing short of perfection. You've exceeded my every expectation, Zelda. A finer barouche I have never seen. Well-wrought oak haft with solid steel blade, more than sharp enough to slice through sinew and bone. Many an Auroch's neck shall it cleave. I cannot wait to see it wielded. Yes, the glory of the steel barouche you have forged for me shall be sung in the screams of all who stand before it. It's in the person you was not misplaced, Zelda. I trust I shall have the need of your skills in the future. You know, Zelda, the contracts you've helped the guild secure ought to make us a fortune. We find the hands to keep up with the man, that is. Quite a name you made for yourself in the process. You've got your head in the forge, so you don't hear what I do. All over the ports I hear the chatter of sailors and merchants extolling the favorable wares from Zelda's forge. And I assure you they ain't alone. Hells, it's gotten to the point where half you fellow smithies are asking what you forge your smithing tools. They used to more their smithing tools. There's a few times they can make them one by one. So I told them the most they could hope for would be one wrapped crow's beak hammer, a true example of shining excellence to which all of its kind should be held. What say you, lass? Reckon you can do your forge mates this favor? What I'm asking for is a single wrapped crow's beak hammer. The finest quality, of course, so I can show your smell of Smitty's how it's done. By God's beard, who would have thought the brutish tools of force could possess such beauty? The hammer's claw evokes the elegance and ruthless efficiency of golden beak, plucking worms from the ground. And a flawlessly counterbalanced asymmetrically by the face. Not in the wildest forging fantasies could I ever envision laying hands or eyes on such a perfect hammer. Hells, I reckon it's too perfect to show to that lot. To look upon the daunting heights of such peaked perfection would surely discourage even the boldest of budding blacksmiths. On the other hand, I ought to put those uppity smithies in their place. Besides, it'd be a crime to keep this hammer hidden away from the world. With any luck, it'll serve as an inspiration to your forge mates, and maybe even motivate one fellow to follow in your footsteps. Okay. It's a good time to be a smithy, Zelda. Clients are banging down our doors clamoring for our wares. I think it's called because one fateful day I had the foresight to let you join our ranks. It's one thing I haven't done. In prosperous times such as these, you can't help but be in high spirits. Even the most hated enemies starting to seem like decent folk. Well, just the other day I downed a few pints with old Phazar. Oh, speaking of which, Phazar was going on and on about this lady gladiator that caught his eye. Wanted to like to lavish her gifts. Said, you didn't mind how you forged the weapons. But you know him, demanded to speak to you in person. Let's go and oblige you, bastard. So, good of you to come. I knew no other whom I could call upon. Her name is Muriel. She's both a muse and a genius, a portrait of grace and beauty amid the carnage of war, expertly versed in every technical discipline of combat. Muriel is more than a mere gladiator. She is an artiste. If she is to paint the battlefield red, only the finest of instruments will suffice, and such instruments can only be created by the greatest of blacksmiths. Thus I would ask of you a pair of cobalt knuckles, a buccaneer's bardish, and a cobalt shamshir, with which you might reign over the Colosseum like the goddess she is. We'll inspect your work when it's complete, though I have little reason to doubt your capabilities. I will not present to Muriel anything less than perfection. Knuckles are Badash and Shamshi. They must be fit for a goddess. While your weapons look most impressive, I must properly appraise your work inside. Ah, the Knuckles. A sturdy and stable design for a straightforward weapon. The lack of superfluous ornamentation speaks to an emphasis on function. Next we come to the Bardash, a British base weapon likely born of the beast tribes. Initially I feared its barbaric origins might sully Muriel's angelic hands, but I firmly believe there's no weapon her feminine touch can civilize. And lastly, the Shamshir. The seductive curvature of the blade is sinister in simplicity. Like taking the notoriously obstinate cobalt and bent it to your will. Can you exceed my every expectation? I can only imagine Muriel's joy upon seeing such footed wares. Let her gaze upon the face of one who forged them. You'll find her a boldly a Cilicia. Okay. Let's go talk to the girl. There she is. Ah yes, the gifts are promised. It's good to know Phasar is a man of his word. No person, I prefer a woman of action. Now show me what you got. There you go, my lady. Most impressive indeed. I'm humbled. With your weapons in my grip, victory is all but assured. Phasar certainly possesses an eye for the finer things, yet the eye that finds beauty interests me less than the hands that craft it. Strong, skilled hands of an artisan like yourself. Gladiator and blacksmith make quite a pair, do we not? What is a weapon without a wielder, or a wielder without a weapon? They complete each other. I came to lend some lamented to see your wares at the old man's behest, and found everything you promised and more. Know that in the heat of battle, as I clutch them tightly in my hands, my box will be open. Alright. Back to the guild. hold. I didn't. There we go. There's our exit. I always hate going into that boat. I always get so turned around. Back to the outcast. We'll get our hammer. Good news, Zelda. The gladiator, the outfit Muriel, done the work of 1,000,000 merchants for us since. Her name's on the lips of every Colosseum fan. This is the name of the smithy that forged her armaments. Where's the selling faster we can forge them, and every member of the guild is reaping the benefits. The help flow like wine at the witch tonight. Of course, customers been asking for you by name, but I tell them you ain't got the time to personally craft all that butcher's knife and bric-a-brac. Certainly no intention of shoveling that drudgery off on you. But there's one commission that requires your personal attention. I reckon this comes to us by the way of Phazar, so better make a visit. Before you go, a word of warning. Phazar's a solemn soul to begin with, but his job got him wound tighter than ever. From his countenance, best be prepared for a bleeding tough challenge. Now let's see what old Phazar wants. There you are. Hear me, Zelda. None other than the finest blacksmith in all Bilberry will do you this task. So renowned are your weapons that your name echoes through the distant wood of Britannia. Powerful your forge that is fit their disdain for steel and admiration. Such a former champion in the Colosseum and living amid the leaves has contacted me in hopes of engaging your services. That's all I can say. The rest she would tell you herself. Client wishes to meet you in private, and we'll be waiting for you in the platform just below the drowning winch. Do not keep her waiting. We got ads running on Twitch. She is on the edge of that. That's right, we need to like go down the thing. We need to go down the thing. Don't crash out on me. Yeah. Down. Well-traveled communicator. An honor, Zelda Hime. I appreciate you coming all this way to meet with me. And told you a blacksmith without peer. It's for this reason that I have come to seek your assistance. The sword I would have you forge must befit a storied Colosseum champion, rather a man who would become one once more. This gladiator has recently returned to Ul'dah, but has chosen to fight under a different name. Perhaps you're familiar with the Bronze Bull. I thought not. His performance on the Bloodstain has been less than stellar. Despite his wealth of experience, he struggles. I've seen him fight. His weapons are his weakness, but I fear he thinks himself at fault. Which brings me to my request. I wish to arm the Bronze Bull with a quality cobalt winglet, strengthened with a savage light material of the third grade. He is far greater gladiator than his record suggests, and deserves better than the rubbish he wields. When the sword is ready, deliver it to Phasar. You shall see that the Bronze Bull receives it. yield we go. Go straight through here and we'll be right back at the lift. Oh, that's right. We gotta go talk to Phasar. I'm aware of the client's specifications. As soon as I verify that your sword is to her satisfaction, I shall contact the intended recipient. You've outdone yourself yet again. Your task is almost complete. In a most peculiar request, the client wishes to be on hand, yet out of sight for the purveyance of her gift. I shall attend to the arrangements. You need only be ready. Since when have you taken a fancy to a male gladiator, Phasar? What's all this really about? I assure you, you will not be displeased. Quite the opposite, I should hope. Pleased, then? Precisely, you come bearing a gift. A gift? For me? Ha! Go to someone who deserves it. I'm in no mood to be fawned over. Due to your mounting defeats, no doubt. I know my reckoned merchants. Ah, but that is the very reason I believe this gift will lift your spirits. All the cure for your recent woes, a sword like no other. Hey, I've never seen it secret. Did you force this, Smith? I would be proud to call it money. And that's precisely what our patron intended. Care to tell me who your patron is, and why he sees fit to confer upon you such a treasure? I can only say that she prays for your success. It is her hope that this sword will win you with glory, and these words will help you to remember that of old. The way of the sword is such that all who walk it you become lost. No words, eh? Well, I don't see why she had to orchestrate this moment's boss. I would have gladly accepted the sword from her in person. Oh. I thought the Calamity had claimed her life. Should know better than to think the Hellfire Phoenix would die so easily. And now it is my turn to take one. On my honor, shall one day stand atop the Colosseum and do this sword justice. Go talk to the Gilman. Well traveled Britain. Great, there's no fool. Suspecting I was present the moment it was raised our lips. We're not giving you sword in person. It is complicated. Simply put, I will not involve myself directly in the Colosseum's affairs. Long ago, I swore never again to take the sword as for sport. We trusted a forge master with their honorarium. Please accept it with my heartfelt thanks. Well, look who's back from bringing in another fortune. I don't know how you do it, Zelda, but I'm glad you're doing it for us. And if you hadn't come along when you did, you helped us turn things around with your swift holiday smitten, I reckon I'd be another worthless drunk drowning me sorrows the winch. Instead, I'm happily employed drunk, celebrating these successes at the winch. You know, any lout with a tool can put passion into her work, but to have it come out the other side and affect focus true artistry. Make no mistake, lass, the impact of what you've done for the guild will be felt for years to come. You're one of the best goddamn smithies I've ever had the pleasure of knowing, Zelda. There ain't nothing more I can say than that. The list of gold. And the blacksmith is done. Level 55. Alright, chat, I'm going to get up and take a quick 3-minute stretch break. Get some... Oh, I've got 3 more crafters and botanist. But I'm going to go take a 3-minute break to stretch, get something, get a snack or something to eat. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we are back. Hopefully you guys didn't wait too terribly long. Alright. Looks like we have 4 more left to go. 3 crafters and 1 gatherer. But staying in Limsa, let's go ahead and switch on over to Blacksmith. To Armorer. And pray, return to the school. And I'm Zach. Ah, yes, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were an armorer, Zelda. Of course I do know better. Until you'll craft something with that hammer of yours. You'll look like a babe with a rattle to me, and I have no intention of mothering you. Make no mistake, I'm in shape and honest. However hard you may have to pound. Set your sweat for the forge, lass. I don't expect you to fashion full suits of plate on your first day. Just pay close attention to my instructions and be diligent in your work, and the skills will come in time. Now, let's be about your first lesson, shall we? I want you to take up your hammer and make me a bronze ingot. A mundane task, I grant you, but one which every armorer must master. Bronze, you see, is the most basic material of the craft, and bronze ingots are its building blocks. It's not the strongest of alloys, of course, but it's the very quality that makes bronze so easy to shape. And a metal of choice for a novice armorer. To forge your ingots, you will need to procure 2 chunks of copper ore, a chunk of tin ore, and an ice shard. Your ore can be produced from smoldering at the build. The ice shard will have to be aligned on your own. Well, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to swing your arm for you, or perhaps you would have me swing my feet? Such a size of bronze in it for fourth master. Yes, no. What's that bronze ingot asked for? You can't find it all yourself. Try speaking with Sumrid here at the guild. Well, here's the ingot you asked for. Completed your first task, have you? Well then, let's have a look at this ingot. So this is the sort of quality I can expect from you, is it? For a novice armorer, this is excellent work, Zelda. Excellent. Well done, Zelda. The key to making good bronze is the judging the ratio of copper to tin. Too much tin, the alloy becomes harder, but also more brittle. Not the sort of material you want protecting your vital organs. Lest you forget, quality is a matter of life and death in our craft, and that is why we teach our initiates to feel the ideal metallurgic composition of every item we forge. Not that all are quick to learn, there are some who seem desperate at producing mediocre results. All this painstakingly the processes are explained. Thank the builder, you're not one of them. I am pleased to say that your ingot would fetch a decent price in the market. Do not let this first success make you complacent. A single bad helm will lose you more trust than 100 good ones will win. Because bad armor means dead men. It's not enough that your work be good, it must be consistently good. And achieving that consistency requires discipline and long hours of crafting the same item over and over again and again. For you, this means a mountain of bronze ingots. Bronze ingots in your dreams. Bronze ingots till the process is so ingrained that you wake up and find that your pillow is an ingot. You made it in your sleep. When you feel you have learned all you can from forging bronze ingots, seek me out and I will find you something else to craft. May the builder guide your hands. Yay! More crafting charge. That we definitely need. Ah, Zelda, I take it you're now intimate with every aspect of the bronze ingot production? Good, then you can assist us in a pressing matter. It seems that one of our younger members, Smithing, accepted an order which he would struggle to fill in thrice. For the time he promised, we'll have attempted to let him squeal under the weight of his own ambition. The guild has not the habit of delivering late. Several veteran armorers have volunteered their services, but I would also like you to assist in this matter. On the one hand, you'll be helping to spare the guild unnecessary embarrassment, and on the other, you would be deepening your understanding of the craft. The builder could not have planned it better. For your part in this endeavor, you are to craft 3 bronze hoplons. You'll need bronze plate and maple lumber to make the shields. While we're on the subject, how have you been acquiring the materials? The markets are a reliable source, but have you considered making an arrangement with a miner or botanist? Hansa, my dear, we are miners and botanists. As you will have gleaned, the craft calls for a constant supply of copper and tin, both of which are commonly mined in the region of Danaland. Should your perks grow too tight for comfort, there's a little stop to you taking up the pickaxe. There's a little to stop you from getting up the pickaxe yourself. For the time being, however, I want you to concentrate on honing your skills as an armorer. The fundamentals under your belt, hop-ons shouldn't prove too challenging. But do not fall into the trap of complacency. A poorly watched shield is worse than no shield at all. Each piece you craft, however, is simple and must reflect the utmost attention to detail. Make the guild proud, Zelda. I'll try you with your test. Do you have those 3 hop-ons for me? 1, 2, and... Impressive. You have managed to balance the conflicting requirements of sturdiness and portability, much as you balance hardness and malleability in your first task. The bronze plate is securely fitted and should weather the most vicious blows without becoming dislodged. And importantly, your work was swift and sure. Minion armor has lost its sale due to delayed delivery, and rightly so. Customers' need for armor is invariably pressing, and its absence like to be sorely felt. Given the stakes, a reputation for reliability can meet careful profits, especially at a time when the Maelstrom is seeking armors to outfit its ever-expanding ranks. That's all we can do to keep pace with the Grand Company's orders for equipment, and that is why every member of our guild must support the next, much as the warriors of El supported their fellows in the phalanx with their shields. Though you have but recently begun your training, a woman of your natural talents belongs on the front line. I think the time has come for you to learn the use of another weapon in the armorer's arsenal. Specifically pliers. Take this pair and try using them in combination with your hammer. It will feel strange at first, but persist and you shall find your work proceeds a damn sight more smoothly. And when you have mastered the pliers, I'll want to see the results of your dedication. Until then, Zelda. Let's take the money. So, just the last I was going to ask. A new initiative that has near exhausted my reserves of patience, and I think she would benefit from seeing the results of a peer's dedication and skill. Specifically yours. And in this grotto, the builder helped me. She's the most distracted, bumble-fingered craftswoman ever to lift a hammer. But could but learn to forge the simplest of items without constant supervision. Consider it a rare victory. It's unfortunate Flygot did not see fit to invest all my armorers with your innate talents. But I suppose we must all start somewhere, and if I abandon every initiate that was slow to grasp the technique, our guild would have a grand total of what? 9 members? Perhaps 10? Just, but would be few enough for our clients in the maelstrom to have to spare. That would be few enough for our clients in the maelstrom to have to share breastplates. So what say you, Zelda? You need only craft a dozen sheets of bronze plate to supplement Grane's own. When they are ready, I want you to deliver them to the last in person. Mayhap your example will inspire them to take more care of their work. Oh, you must be Zelda. Your master told me you'd be. Hey, where did I put my hammer? Ah, there it is. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yes. I would be most grateful for the extra sheets of bronze plate. God, did you craft these yourself? Oh, they're absolutely... Wow. You really dropped them. No harm done, though. As I was saying, I can certainly see why the Forge Master speaks so highly of your work. The bronze is the perfect color and thickness, so I assume you carefully measured out the amounts of tin and copper. I always had too much tin. Did you know metal could shatter? Well, I didn't. Truth be told, I've tended to put all my effort into making the armor itself, rather than bothering the base materials. I mean, compared to hammering out glorious winged helms or ornate greaves, measuring out metals just seems so trivial. But looking at your work, I'm beginning to wonder. I never realized how beautiful a simple sheet of bronze can be. With materials like this, just imagine the sturdy, shiny sheets of armor one might create. Seems I've been putting the cart before the chocobo. From this moment onwards, I sort of focus all my attention and carry on the task at hand. The task at hand is forging bronze ingots. And what of you, Zelda? Do you have any grand projects waiting for you on the anvil? I overheard some of the senior armorers boasting about the coin they made through trade factories. Might that be something you consider? They say Tomokri over at the Guarded Witch is the one to talk to, and that's where I'll be heading once I improve my techniques. Now, where did I put that in? Good luck. Where have you been, son? There's work to be done. You need to speak with another novice, a last-minute English widow. I was due a barbet and buckler from her bells ago, but I find myself standing here with Mary and Osgard. Lest you wonder, just widow is nothing like Brenna. She's dedicated to the fact that you are, and I've never known her to miss delivery. Something must be amiss, and I need to find out what. I go and ask her myself, but I fear my usual approach will do more than harm than good. The last might be built like a stack of anvils. She flinches at the merest hint of criticism. That's why I've decided to assign you as just widow's supervisor for this job. Counting on you to sort this out, Zelda. Pleasure to meet you, miss. I'm sorry the Forge Master had to interrupt your work so you might assist me with mine. I do hope you're not angry. I know if I could endure another... I don't know if I could endure another dressing down. That it sounds, it's actually the reason my delivery is late. I just can't bring myself to work. I'm sorry, I should start from the beginning. A short while ago, I received a visit from an armorer by the name of Blasphemy. He's one of the old guard, a true veteran in the guild. But after a single glance at the armor I made, he yelped that my work wasn't fit to cover up Kobold's ass. Now I can't banish the scene from my mind. His face twisted in anger at those scornful words. My tears are talentless? The shame, it paralyzes me. If I hear explain the flaws in my work, I might endeavor to correct them. But I couldn't bring myself to speak to him or anyone else for that matter. Not until now. But might you speak with Blasphemy on my behalf? I know the reason behind this reprimand. Well, let's go help her out, shall we? I'm Blasphemy. You're looking for an armor with skill and integrity. We found him. What are you after? Eh? You want to know what's amiss with Driftwood's work? One of the guilty word faces, are you? All this whelps training under Ananza got their heads filled with daft, bloody notions of cooperation and camaraderie. They should be learning this how to use a pair of pliers. I'll give to me one of her novices is forging ain't worth a damn, and them as ain't got the skill ain't worth any time. Which means you, girl. Now bugger off. I'll budging, eh? Wearisome wench. Alright then, tell me. What? Tell me what? I'll give you one chance to prove. Let's see you craft the same pieces your family, such a meal, a decorated bronze barbet and a bronze buckler. If they're half decent, we'll have ourselves a nice little chat. Bring me a decorated bronze barbet and a bronze buckler, or you'll get naught out of me save curses. You sweeping sack of Sahagin shite. What did you call me? Here, take your fucking things. What an asshole. I'm back at last, are you? I was beginning to think you crawled off the Ulga to buy the damn things from a back alley peddler. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we? Bugger me. Are you sure you made these yourself? Huh. Seems at least one of Hans's whelps knows the difference betwixt a hammer and a sledge. Overtake me, you've some talent, lass. The barbet well shows the character of your work, precise and uncompromising as it should be. You realize the forge and a helm ain't a matter of slapping a few molded sheets of bronze together. Nice. And your buckler's just as good. Small and light, but a damn sight sturdier than shields twice the size. Didn't expect to be saying this, but I'm impressed. With this level of quality and polish, you can make a tidy living for yourself as an artisan. But you're the exception that proves the rule. Fact is, the other novices ain't fit to lick your boots, just winter included. So you tell her this from me. If you have time to wallow in wounded tears, you've time to examine your own mistakes. There's no room in this world for craftsmen as can't criticize their own handiwork. So learn how to gauge your failings and correct them, or hang up your bloody hammer. Dude, it's harsh. Or hang up my bloody hammer. Well, thank you on for passing Blastner's advice. I believe I understand what he means to say, but not everyone has the inner fortitude to endure such criticism, be it from oneself or from others. If such strength is required to master the armorer's art, then maybe mayhap I've mistaken my calling. I joined the guild with the dream of following in Hanzo's footsteps, but I see now that was folly. I shall have to think long and hard about my aspirations. Please convey my apologies to the Forge Master for the delay. Back from the ad. So it was Blastner that caused this mess. The bastard always did take it upon himself to weed out the weaker initiates. We're not exactly on the best of terms, he and I, even after all this time. I've known Blastner since we were naught but wide-eyed novices, serving our apprenticeships under the same master. We've always had our differences, but when our master retired, they became that much more stark. When we both put ourselves forward for the role of Forge Master, the resulting contest drove a permanent wedge between us. Blastner's arguments are not entirely without merit, but neither is his approach the only way to train new armorers. That damnable commercial, though, it is his way or no way at all. The idea of nurturing not less than God's given talent is anathema to him. His ears wax deaf at the mere mention of it. But outfitting an army is the work of more than a talented few. It's the work of many hands acting in unison. turned a blind eye to Blasner's behavior until now, but if he would threaten the unity of this guild, considering something must need to be done, I will think on it. Murmurous pride. How fair you, Zelda. I've had any further dealings with Blasner, so I do hope his bile has not begun to wear away your better judgment. Lest you think me unjust, I do not dispute his skill with a hammer. I merely take issue with the lack of respect he shows to those he deems inferior. He is responsible for breaking the spirits of more than a few novice armorers, and our ranks suffer for it. But I cannot in good conscience remove his name from the guild register for all his flaws. Blasner's knowledge and experience would be too great a loss. Instead, I must find a way to soften the old buzzard stance. And for that I require your assistance. He will not unfold his thoughts to me, but mayhap he will to you. Don't look so surprised, you're one of the few armorers in this place whom he wouldn't see cast out. He may possess all the charm of a rabbit coral, but he does have a fine eye for talent, and an appreciation for well-crafted tools. Take him one of your best iron hoplons, and I dare say he will share his health with you. But I should warn you, Sumrib has informed me that we scarcely have sufficient iron plate to cover our existing commissions, so you'll have to look elsewhere. Hawker Sally will most certainly have what you need, or there's always the option of mining it yourself. Either way, I apologize for putting you to additional trouble. One last thing, I want you to melt materia to the finished shield. That should get the old sod's attention. Your vacant stare does not inspire confidence, Zelda. Don't brief. Materia is the crystallized essence of a well-worn piece of equipment. Such crystals are attached to other gear to enhance various properties. Even no more, you would consider paying Vitamix a visit at his camp in Secret Battleland. It will teach you about the process of enhancing equipment using material. Oh, and here's a goblet. Now the shield you craft must embody all the knowledge and skill you have gained thus far, and the sight of it should serve to convince Blasner that you are a like-minded soul, and prompt him to speak to you as such. Good luck, Zelda. May the builder guide you. What do you want? Hanans that got you running errands again? Take this hoplon and you'll like it. What's this? Brought me a shield, have you? Materia. Impressive. But don't imagine a bit of material enough to make for a shoddy workmanship. I ain't the kind to be blinded by sparkly's glass. Well, let's have a closer look. Bugger me. It's when they take the step up from bronze to iron that the weaker craftsmen start to show their limitations, metal being a damn sight harder to shape. All manner of flaws creep into their work. But there ain't a single bleeding one in this shield. Hammer blows were steady and measured. And you kept the thickness of the iron nice and even too. No bugger wants his shield split in half because the armor beat a bit of plate too thin. Fine piece of work, this. Damn fine. That's twice you passed the inspection. I'm convinced you've the kind of skill that demands respect, lass. So as one artisan to another, let me ask you a question. What are your thoughts on old Hansa's handling of the guild? And you ain't been with us for long? Well, you must have wondered what she was playing at, am I right? You ask me, the soft-hearted wretch wench just polluting the damn place with blundering amateurs. What a armor is a naught but name. The armor's craft gear keeps men alive. If you lack the skill or the experience to make armor, Doesn't do that job, you've no business holding a hammer. Just imagine what would happen if a breastplate made by one of them lackwits failed apart in battle. And not just the poor bastard wearing it either. I'm talking about what would become the guild's good name. The way Ananza entrusts these novices with deal with real craftsman's work, she's spitting in the face of the builder. Only a tried and true armorer will be taking on orders and dealing with valued patrons. By refusing to get rid of the dregs, Ananza's dampening the flames in our forges. Forge master my ass. How can she be so bloody blind? Ananza's got a point, though. Blasting it. You can't outfit an army with only a handful of armors. Ah, there you are. Tell me, were you able to prize anything useful out of Blasphemy? What did you have to say? Getting the flames in our forges. Familiar refrain, the stubborn old sod will never understand why his way is doomed to fail. None of these ever even thought to question it. We choose not to pass on our knowledge. All of the techniques and methods we perfected over God so how long are destined to perish along with us. Blaster moans the dampening of our forge's flames. While advocating a course that would see them extinguished altogether. And that is why I will continue to expose all of our initiates to as many facets of the craft as I can. So such time as I die or am replaced, I may add that you yourself stand as a shining example of how effective this approach can be. And I'll not force the issue, but you'd make the perfect champion for my cause. I said blasphemers apparently come to much the same conclusion. He submitted an order to ask for you by name. The order was for a single steel ingot, but being the difficult bastard he is, he doesn't just want just any steel ingot. He wants an ingot of the purest steel, and that will require extra effort on your part. Well, I will not keep you any longer. Work to do, and a cankerous artisan to impress. Don't forget to hydrate, chat. You here to deliver that ingot less, and one for idle chit chat. The weight feels right. Let's head inside and have a look, shall we? Haha. I knew you were up to the task, class. You can't forge steel much purer than that. It's a common enough material, of course, and one no self-respecting armor should have any trouble working. But it's the quality of these common materials that makes a difference between craftable workday piece and a masterpiece. No matter how shiny you polish it, the work will never be more than mediocre in the stuff if the stuff you make from it is second rate. In the road, I can see you've already learned that lesson. Heh, I swear every time our paths cross, you're twice the armor he was before. And yet, Hansa has the talent to laugh like yourself tidying up after a bungling bloody novices, instead of giving you the freedom to master your craft. Makes me blood boil, it does. If our guild is still survive, it's got to serve its customers' needs. And buggers don't contribute to keeping the roof over our heads, don't deserve to work under it. I've not but respect for you, Zelda. You're the kind of armorer this guild needs more of. Tell me true, are you really content to waste your career wiping the arses of Ananza's squabbling babes? The talent's been buried under a mountain of mediocrity. It's high time you did something about it. As to what, well, that's for you to decide. Level 52, let's go. Get that level up, babies. Ah, Zelda, the woman whose name is on everyone's lips. In case you didn't know, the entire guild seems to be holding its breath, and to see which side you'll come down on. Popular opinion is you're ready to take up a blast view. I have no such concerns, of course. Had you resolved to distance yourself from me, we would not be having this conversation. But that does not change the fact that your allegiance remains a subject of public debate, one which threatens the unity of the guild. I propose you dispel our colleagues' unfounded anxiety by demonstrating your affiliation in a manner that none may doubt or dispute. Specifically, I would have you accept the commission of a valued client on my behalf. That I think would serve as proof of both my faith in you and of your support for the guild's present course. Tell me, how would you like to try your hand at crafting a suit of steel chainmail? The order comes from a resident of Costa del Sol, an extremely wealthy and discerning gentleman who will accept nothing less than the finest quality armor. As you may well imagine, his patronage is of great value to the guild. I need hardly add that I would not entrust this commission to an armorer in whom I had aught less than the utmost faith. Clyde's maidservant, Nortlib, will supply you with the finer details of the order. She should be here in the city, conducting business at the Fisherman's Guild as we speak. To the Fisherman's Guild! Salutations. What an honor it is to me, Mother Lindsay and Lindsay's famed Odysseys. Sorry? Commission? Oh dear, there seems to be some confusion. You are entrusted with Master's commission to a veteran craftsman of your esteemed organization. We're acquainted with Blastner. His reputation precedes him, you see. There's a little reason to doubt that a man of his experience would be assigned a task. Oh, but do not mean to suggest you... sought to justify my own misapprehension. Incredible though this situation may be, I would hesitate to shame your colleague by stripping him of his commission. And all the sterling work he has done for us in the past, I mean. And I can well imagine that you're both loath to return to your superior empty-handed. Some of the finished armor is of exceptional quality. My master will provide full remuneration regardless of the hand that forges the links. Perhaps it would be best for all concerned if you discuss the matter with your fellow armorer. Uh-oh, it's getting spicy, chat. It's getting spicy. Ooh. I'll be right back as the ad is playing. Just gotta grab something real quick. Okay, we are back. Well, if it ain't Hens of Lapdog. I've heard about your little show of allegiance. Suppose Northwood told you I snatched the commission right from under your nose, did you? Seems we got ourselves a thorny little predicament, don't we? Well, I ain't about to hand the job back to you on a silver bleeding platter, but I don't mean I want you to give up, neither. Don't you see? It's the perfect chance to find out who's the better armor, to see which of us has walked the right and proper path. Talking about a contest of skill, girl. Whichever of us crafts the finest suited chainmail gets the job. But remember, this bloke pays good coin for a reason. It's the best, and he ain't about to settle for less. Not that he'll have to, of course. Your armor needs to be bloody flawless to be better than mine. So I'll admit he'll be getting his money's worth, whatever happens. Once you're ready, bring the armor back here, and we'll lay it out next to mine. Well, we both got our pride, so I reckon we can judge the results fairly ourselves. Now bugger off. Well, pressure too much for you, lass? We'll just bother to finish putting that shape right. There's a frickin' bloody chain. I'll kick your ass, sir. Right then, let's have a look, shall we? I'll kick your ass, sir. Oh, by God's dear, where did you learn to forge links like that? It's bloody perfect. Father himself would struggle to stick a dagger through that steel. And look at that luster, strength, and beauty in equal goddamn measure. The nonsense should be praising the builder for dropping a gift like yourself in her lap. You want fair and square, Zelda. I'll not bother to lecture you no more. I'll take your beauty's bloody chainmail to Northwood myself and let her know who it was who crafted it. That's an old tradition among us armorers, in case you didn't know. Pretty sure these contacts gets the job of delivering the victor's spoils. Victor's goods. Bah! Pull it while you can, lass. You just joined Han-Hans at the top of my list. This ain't over. Not by a long shot. I will kick your ass the next time. Because we're a better craftswoman than you'll ever be. Greetings, Zelda. I hear you bested Blaster in an armorer's contest of skill. An impressive feat, one of which you should be proud. But I'm afraid you made a most troublesome enemy, for he is both persistent and vindictive. As you well know, I speak from bitter experience on that matter. Rather than dwell on this unpleasant rivalry, however, I would have you focus on your craft. Bury your hammer and fire, Zelda. There is much and more to do. Master Langseth over the Bismarck has commissioned a new steel frying pan. As one might expect at the head of culinary guild, accepts only the finest of wares. Now compared to padding up thick protective plates of armor or cooking utensils, being generally smaller and lighter, requires somewhat more delicate touch. Just bring all of your concentration to bear, lest you risk ruining the entire piece with a single misplaced blow. In light of recent events, which have no doubt left your mind scattered, I believe the task that fully engages your faculties will prove beneficial. Let us not keep Master Langseth waiting, Zelda. To the forge. Where's that frying pan, Zelda? It's true that you're no longer some rank novice, but do not think your posterior is safe from the toe of my boots if you choose to dither and dally. Here you go, Master. Truly another consummate work. I can find no flaw. With its weight or balance, it is not so heavy as to struggle to lift, yet it remains sturdy enough to ensure the right place of the Bismarck kitchens. I trusted it, Jumper. You probably comprehend my earlier warning. To produce a frying pan of this quality would certainly have required your undivided attention. And I can tell this item received just that. The consistency of the metal stiffness is all the evidence one needs. This type of precision should not be undervalued. In this case, should the frying pan be poorly forged, the cooking surfaces will be uneven, and such flaws are unacceptable to an exacting culinarian such as Master Langseth. Even the sturdiest of utensils, however, rarely lasts him more than a few seasons. It's a struggle to find armorers who can meet his demanding specifications when he turns to our guild for replacements. I had long intended to assign this commission to you, but your encounter with Blastner had me doubting your ability to concentrate. It's one of those rare occasions when I'm happy to be proven wrong. Your uncompromising attention to detail continues to be an inspiration to our colleagues. And speaking of details, there is one that remains unattended, delivering this frying pan in Master Langseth's hands. First, you do not need directions to the Culinarian's Guild. Here we go. Right inside a frying pan bowl. You come to deliver me new frying pan, Andy. And now ain't she a beauty? This pan I'll be able to whip up all sorts of dishes. Do not fret about burning the middle or undercooking the edges. Say this was your work. And the formaster herself has been able to make utensils that I consider worthy of Bismarck. Seems like I finally got me another crass woman I can trust. You're welcome in the kitchen anytime, man. Back to the Armor's Guild. We go. Back to the Armor's Guild. We go. I've been feeling competitive, Zelda. The Blaster submitted a formal challenge. He needs to recover the pride you cost him with your previous victory. He is as an overgrown, scully child who sees his fellow colleagues as not more than rivals. In this tiny world, all that matters is who's the best, who is the brightest, and who is the most able to provide immediate value to the game. No, I would be lying if I said I did not also take such factors into account. We well know my demand for excellence. But the methods we take to reach different paths. A Blaster would run a guild of exclusion, in which an adventurer like yourself would have been unwelcome. The lack of sense in that is clear. He may be equal in skill and technique, but his narrow perspective that weighted the balance against him in our contest for the Guildmaster's chair. The one he lost, this simple fact plays an enormous role in the enmity that now lies between us. I'm certain that past defeat is no small part of that what fuels Blaster's present desire to prove himself your better. I regret that this ridiculous feud has drawn you into its bitter maw, but if it means seeing that stubborn old dodo put in his place, then I'm just childish enough myself to encourage you to accept. Blaster awaits you in his usual haunt. Go to him and show him you the steel to pick up the gauntlet he's thrown down. We'll kick his ass, Ananza. I've had just about enough of Ananza's coddling ways. She's raising a generation of slackjaws that look like armors, and ain't fit to wipe the soot from proper craftsman's backside. Well, you know it, both will start losing trust in the trade itself. Years of pride and tradition are crumbling to dust around our feet. Of course, ever since he bested me in a little competition, his words don't carry the weight they once did. Seems like I'm about to take you down if he begs for it and start putting your things all right. The world needs to know that old Blastner is not to be beaten by one of Honanza's lot, even if you were her prize pup. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way, a 3-round contest of skill. There ain't no point in dragging this out, so let's get straight to the challenge. For the first round, the finest mithril curious you can forge. Since I'll be choosing the test, we'll leave the appraisal of our work to your precious forge master. We take the new armor to her directly. Once you've shown Hananza your own curious, in order to decision, you bring the pieces to me so I can see it for myself. Blaster has already been here to submit his work for appraisal. The mental curious prepared as well, I trust. Indeed I did. This is superb craftsmanship, Zelda. It seems the precious challenge are done not to cloud your eye for detail. In fact, you may have procured your finest piece yet. It's superior to Blasphemy in every respect. Didn't biased? Yes, it's true that I despise that self-centered windbag, but I mean to judge this contest fairly, and the Robodan's armor was indeed forged with his customary quality. But it is thus that the brilliance of your cure shines all the more brightly, improving on the work of a master artisan. This roll is notoriously difficult material to shape. Let's see the gloss of these plates, and a single imperfection on the surface. And cast an eye over many suited armor, it's refreshing to note that I can still be impressed. The first round goes to you. I only wish that I would be there to see Blaster weep when you show him the magic. So Hananza chose your arm over mine, did you? Surprise, surprise. Come in, pup. Let's see this bloody work of art. Huh. Well, you're not going to neglect your craft, that's much to see. Damn well disagree with their decision. But the next round will be a difference. You can be sure of that. Level 53, puppy. We'll take a break for the ad. Get a bite for my dinner. Back from the ad. Last year's finish on the other challenge in the second round of the contest. Defeat in the first round is Humbleton not a bit. You may have gained an early result, but give your focus sharp. As I have said before, crisis it can be your downfall. As a man like Glassmere is at his most dangerous when his pride is on the line. So according to the wishes of our vindictive veteran, for this next round you are to craft several items. You must do so within a reasonable time frame to reflect the pressures of an actual commission. Fails to mention what he considers to be reasonable, so I suggest you work with dispatch. The challenge requires you to forge a pair of nickel-plated Caligulae, reinforcement, Elmo, and a pair of nickel swords, all the finest possible quality. Naturally, every one of these items requires an abundance of municipal origin. See how he deliberately chooses the same material as before? Such is Blasner's confidence in ability that his certainty and his certainty that he cannot be beaten twice under similar conditions. This is your chance to unravel that obnoxious self-assurance and end this contest with a second round victory. Anyone can quench the fury of that insufferable ARR, Zelda. Bring your submissions to me once you're satisfied with your fortune. Take no shortcuts. I expect to see an armor of unsurpassed quality. You have the pieces required for the second round. I need to see a pair of nickel-plated Caligulae, reinforcements with Elmo, and a pair of municipal silhouettes. All the best quality you can muster. Well, here you go. Here's my submission. Well done, Zelda. Your work is flawless. I declare you the victory this very moment, except I need you to relinquish this armor to the guild. As for the why, it concerns a particular loss of trust and reputation. Do you recall the time you aided one of our novices with an order of bronze hop-ons? Well, I'm afraid young Swithin has failed to deliver once more. He has improvised much in his craft. Spurred on as one, he has improved much in his craft, spurred on as he was by your example. You give him a lad accepted commission and can never hope to honor when one does not break a promise made to the maelstrom. Could drop full responsibility for this failure on his Witten's unreliable shoulders and cast him out of the guild. But what worth is a guild that does not support its own members when they fully need it? Blasner is a harsh man, but not entirely without reason. To explain the circumstances, he may grant you a few extra days to forge your submission unit. What say you, Zelda? Will you yield your work to the guild? Yeah, I guess. Brygot's blessings upon you, Zelda. Swithin, come over here and show some gratitude. I don't know how to repay you for saving my neck yet again. I'll never forgive myself for the cost of your victory over Blasphemia. The compassion you and the Forge Master have shown me this day will not be squandered. As I promise you, I'll work twice as hard, 3 times even. We're in your debt. I'll arrange to have these pieces delivered to the Maelstrom Quartermasters immediately. Meanwhile, you should hurry over to Blasner and explain the delay in your submission. What's this now? You let the guild have your armor to make up a missed order. Ha ha ha, what'd I tell you? Those fumble-fingered parasites on your back at a return. It was meant to honor the terms of our contest, no matter the circumstances. Not even you've needed the gear you crafted to show for your effort. By the time the forge your submission, this round goes to me. I grant you this ain't the kind of victory a man looks for, but rules is rules, lass. and a failure comes with consequence. So I don't want to hear no excuses for the final round. You just bring your best work to the table and we'll let the results stand for themselves. I would kick your ass if I hadn't had to turn that shit over to the guild. But next round goes to me, Blastnir. Come on, game. Catch up with yourself. There we go. Last but not least, right. Respect. I must thank you again, Zelda, for sacrificing your time and effort to help our guild with that order for the maelstrom. It exists not to fail clients such as Dave, no matter the reason. But as our fate, we are rarely afforded a respite from the flames of the forge. I've recently been informed that Alvo Millward will be inspecting various organizations, our own Armorers Guild included, in the roles of promoting Limsilomensis trade with the East. The East, you say? The impressions made during this inspection will have direct influence on whom the Maelstrom chooses as the provider of its equipment and other simple supplies. Blasting in his usual arrogant manner has proposed that we seize this opportunity to have the Admiral himself serve as arbiter for the final round of your contest. Imagine how that bastard would prove you would have suffered defeat for the commander of Limsilomensis Grand Company. The guidance such a public failure would lend to his arguments would spell the end of the guild as we know it. We must not allow this to come to pass. Success in this third and final challenge hinges on your ability to forge what might need to be the most exquisite of what harbors in the world. And as you would expect, this one of the more demanding pieces of armor a student of our discipline can attempt. Well, I harbor not the slightest doubt that you will produce a version of surpassing quality. Let us tip the scales in your favor by augmenting it with material. A heaven's eye material, the third thing. Once your armor is complete, deliver it to the sergeant Swerbrook at Hawker's Round, and you will see it passed along to the Admiral. Alright. Let's go. Oh. We're close to being done with links, chat. And we just got the done in. We'll be all done with crafters. Listen to Lavensburg. So, hey man. You have a couple of harbors for me then. We're not due to keep the Admiral Merrill waiting. Consider your submission accepted. I think you will enjoy the Admiral's methods of appraisal. What's your methods of appraisal? I would like to know. Hello, Millwhip. My sweet. Zelda, lastly, this is your final round in your contest. The final round in your contest will decide victory or defeat. The best armor wins. Who are these gentlemen? Where are the mannequins? I find little can be learned from insipidly lifeless models, so we decided to take a different tack. My main rule here will wear your armor submissions instead. I see. Do you intend them to take on varying poses for your inspection? In a manner of speaking, we wish to determine the quality of armor, do we not? I prefer the direct approach. Right, what kind of a place was this? Oh, it's again. Come on, man. You know that surprise nonsense. We'll find a way to catch you here and make you the battle. Flesh and blood warriors is hardly necessary. Whatever this will be. The armor was built to withstand far worse than this. If those blokes get hurt by them oversized hatchets, then you ain't got no business here. You agree on that score, don't you, Zelda? Well, it appears your claims to excellence are more than empty boasts. Let's raise the stakes, shall we? Admiral, you go too far. expensive equipment is of little use to us if I can predict an unstoppable bullet. Unless you think me reckless, my men were never in any real danger. I quite carefully inspected the sturdiness of both habergeons before we began. I'm not the only one with an eye for quality, dear Fornish master. In any case, it appears we have a winner. I don't believe it. That shot punched through me wings. What's so damn different between your armor and mine? Perhaps the reason you cannot answer that question, Armor, is the reason you lost to your colleague. Bloody hells. This was a most educational, entertaining experience. When the Maelstrom next finds itself in need of replacement equipment, I believe I know just the sort of armor to whom we shall turn. Congratulations, Zelda. It was a close contest, but you struck a telling blow here today, nonetheless. The question is, does Blasner not yet realize his folly? It would be best for you to seek him out and learn where we now stand. Back to the aft castle. Come to see me beaten and broken, Annie. You made a bloody fool out of me. I made a fool out of myself. He's just too dickheaded and stubborn to see it coming. I reckon I ought to steer clear of guild pieces for a time. Give me some distance to think about this. But if you tell that harpy Hananza that she better not let this place fall to pieces, I'll be watching. Dude, shut up. You ain't that serious. Well, very like Blasner to have the last word. At least now he seems to have grasped the idea that his way is not as absolute as he believed. After all, the greatest source of innovation is found in our connection with others. For instance, how did you know that kobold was the original pronunciation of cobalt? It was through trade with these beastmen miners that we first encountered and subsequently refined the use of cobalt art. Without such contact, it was unlikely the armor you forged for the last round of your contest would even exist today. There's only so much an armorer can achieve on her own. There's mutual respect and a healthy dose of friendly rivalry that truly spurs the improvement of a craft. Blasner's gravest mistake was to see his rivals as enemies. by walling himself off from his peers, he denied himself the knowledge of techniques which you were grateful enough to receive. His defeat was inevitable. And it was your determination and skill that taught him the dangers of stagnation. You embody everything I stand for, Zelda, and the guild is richer for your presence. Thank you, Hanaza. We'll see you in heaven for you. Level 54, but please. We'll see you in Heaven's Ward. Alright, let's go dump our... Let's make sure that we put our hammer on. Let's go dump our materials and get our pieces for crafter, leatherwork, and bombs. That's Office Alley. Put away all of our stuff. I know my stuff looks like a mess right now, but don't worry, we'll get it all cleaned up. Now make sure we get all of this stuff done. We'll sell what we can sell on the market board, and if we can't sell it on the market board, we'll render it. Like these tins, pieces of bronze pieces and stuff. Get a little bit more gil. Alright, cool. Alright, and lastly, we'll take out all of our items we need. Bit of work. The saddle bag is coming up. Alright. We've got blacksmith, armor, blacksmith, weaver, alchemist, miner, and fisher. Alright, looks like we're good to go. Got all of our stuff equipped with their respective starter relics. Now we're on our botanist. Let's go ahead and get ourselves to a Verdania. Alright. We're set. There we go. To Verdania we go. Like we've done the previous two city-states, we'll do the Gatherer first, and then we'll take care of the final two crafters, which will be Carpenter and Leatherworker. Let's go talk to my favorites of the Gatherer. Quest lines. Good old Fufucha over here. Fufucha wishes to assign you your first task as a botanist. I see you have your hatchet on. Very good. As a botanist hatchet is his livelihood. Never forget this. You have to keep this blade clean and keen. Your efforts will yield you naught but sweat and splinters. Let's see about your first task. Ah yes, have you pressed your delicacy upon me? I would like you to gather 10 pots worth of latex. The forest yields us many more resources. It's a botanist's job to know what can be found and where. This latex you require would do well to search just outside of the Badger Cave and the Yellow Serpent. Seek out the mature trees that stand in those areas and then put your hatchet to use. I wish you well. This does. Use our tools. How goes the gathering effort? Lest you forget, latex can be found just outside of the Badger Cave and the Yellow Serpent. Yes, precisely 10 pots of latex, just as I instructed. You have done well. Latex is easy to find and equally easy to harvest. As such, collecting the stuff is an ideal task for young botanists who are learning their way around a hatchery. Yet, no, that being able to swing said tools does not make you a botanist. You must also possess the knowledge to locate the resources you seek. That will be all from me for the present. I urge you to keep honing your senses and skills as a botanist. Gather near and far and learn from your experiences. I look forward to seeing you again when you have become a better acquainted with our trade. Till then, I bid you happy gathering. Dun, 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 dun. Hello again, Zelda. I told you've been putting your hatchet to good use. Well done. As I mentioned before, hacking away at trees does not make you a botanist. You must also strive to deepen your understanding of nature. I say this in the knowledge that you have done just that. You have realized it or not, you have all the wisdom the world around it. I do believe you are ready for your next task. I would like you to go to Tree Speed and there harvest 10 pots worth of maple sap. Once you've done that, once you have it in, I deliver the sap to Cicely. She will be pleased to receive it. Off you go now, Zelda. Request for maple sap. Your best bet is to search in the vicinity of Tree Speed. I'm going to be waiting for delivery of sap myself. Might give me a botanist task to supply you. I am indeed a botanist that is tasked to supply it. Ah, the maple sap I requested. You must be the new botanist with food chairs to be fussing over. Ah, but where are my manners? Thank you. Why do I need so much of this stuff? Allow me to explain. Is there the least I can do after you've all you've done? Boiling maple sap causes it to thicken into a sweet syrup called you guessed it, maple syrup. Yeah, we made some for the culinary quest. From maple syrup, we can make maple sugar, including using various recipes, particularly confectionery, from cakes and tarts, to toffees and chocolates. In short, all the things that children love. Once again, we all of us are learning this in the culinary quest. You've probably guessed by now, but the maple sap you harvested will be used to make sweets for your children. Those poor souls who are orphaned by the calamity. They may put on a brave face, but their eyes reveal the depths of their sorrow and the precious little joy left in their eyes. But Gridania has its won't abandon them. No matter your walk of life, there's always something you can do to help. Though it may only last a fleeting moment, a single smile of theirs is worth all the effort. My apologies, I got carried away. Now where was I? Ah, yes. In addition to maple sap, we botanists gather various other kinds of foodstuffs. As such, we work quite closely with culinarians, as disciples of the hand who excel at cooking. We're also on good terms with woodworkers and weavers, as both are reliant upon us to supply the lumber they need and fiber they need for their respective crafts. As botanists, it behooves us to learn what manner of materials are used in crafting. There's no better way to do so than firsthand. If you have an interest, you might consider dabbling in one of the disciplines out there. I urge you to take the habit of reviewing or gathering log as your knowledge of botany grows, or if its contents become incomprehensible to you. Well, I'd best see to the maple sap. It's lovely talking to you. I'll recall. Ah, Zelda. You couldn't have come at a more opportune time. I have a favor to ask of you. We have just received an urgent request from the Order of the Twin Adder. They ask that we supply them with 10 crow feathers as soon as possible. Crows often leave behind feathers where they perch, which can be used to make arms and armor. Most of the items have been coming in with increasing regularity. The situation must be grim indeed. We're not due to keep the defenders of our nation waiting. We'll be the most glad if you can help us fulfill this order. Crow feathers can be found in abundance in the area south of Devil's Spire. Once you procure 10, probably deliver them to Cecily. Giving her charge over our stores, and thanks in advance. You're helping us out of you. My thanks, friend. In case you've forgotten, the crow feathers can be found in the area south of Gilbert's Spire. Well, I got the feathers. Ah, the crow feathers. You have my thanks. Doubtless you already know this from Fucho, but it's an order from the Twin Adder that requested the feathers. If I heard it true, they're in the midst of preparing for war against the exile. The crow feathers are needed to make arms and armor, feathered harpoons, bamboo crooks, and the like. It's a fine feeling being able to do our part to aid those men and women who defend our nation. But to need such a large stockpile of feathers, it gives me pause to imagine the bloodshed that lies ahead. If dwells would ever know true peace. Oh, but there I go again with my wistful ramblings. Feel free to ignore me. Now, before I forget, Fucha asked me to give you something on her behalf. The scythe is what we call a secondary tool. Used in your offhand, it allows you to harvest with less vegetation in addition to mature trees you already know so well. That the Fucha seemed fit to make you this gift is proof positive of your progress. You're no longer a novice, my friend. I dare say you're ready to try your hand at fieldcraft groups. Let's even take on a grand company work. But first, I recommend you head over to the wood and find some less vegetation to try that new scythe on. Off you go now. I'm back when you're ready to take on another task for the guild. Give me the bronze. Alright, back to Fucha. My dear Zelda, you are looking ever more honest. Particularly, you already taken on further responsibilities for the guild. Guilds such as ours exist only by the virtue of the cooperation of their members. Each individual must set an example for the rest of the collective. The rest of the collective is to thrive. This company is set just such an example. Matter has arisen, the handling of which I would entrust wholly to you. You may deal with it as soon as you see fit, providing you see the problem is solved. The matter in question concerns a valued client of ours, the merchant Aldgast. It would appear one of our number has done something to upset him. First seek out the merchant at the ebony stalls, inquire after the reason for his ire. I won't choose your words well, as you add fuel to the fire. Alright, to the ebony stalls. Fufucha sent you? Fufucha sent you, did she? Good, I'm not a man of mince words, so forgive me if I seem blunt. You know what Majorum is? But of course you do. You're a bleeding botanist. It's a very common ingredient in alchemy, isn't it? Very common. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you botanists supposed to be the experts in arbices and stuff? Yes, you are. Strange thing, the experts who brought me my last batch of fresh Majorum didn't so much harvest the poor plants as dismember them. Why, the leaves were so torn up, I couldn't recognize what they were at first. Needless to say, they're next to useless. So thanks to your herb-hacking colleagues, I have no Majorum to make my concoctions, which is why I inquired at your guild only to be told you were out of supplies. But here we are. Now, if it ain't too much trouble, I would be obliged if you could bring me 10 sprigs of fresh Majorum, and I'd please like them whole, as opposed to the fine bleeding puree your bush butchering colleague delivered. Truth be told, I don't much care for your hatchet-happy friend. What I do care about is not keeping my customers waiting for their medicine. In short, hurry. Oh, and for the love of the gods, be gentle with the plants, will you? I shouldn't have to say it, but after the last book, I'm not taking any chances. Did you get the Majorum? I heard you said to grow around the matron's list. Though I hardly need to tell a botanist this. Do hurry, I'm keeping dozens of customers waiting. Ah, the Majorum. And such fine specimens. Sorry I gave you such a hard time, friend. See you, I can get back to making echo drops. Do you know of echo drops? They're an alchemical concoction that restores solace to silent slips, allowing the imbiber to cast spells again. Conjurers and thaumaturgs never leave home without a bottle or two. But I must say again, these are some of the finest specimens of Majorum I have seen, and they're none the worse for the picking. It's clear you know your way around a plant. As for your colleague with a heavy hand, I'm sure your guild will deal with him appropriately. Thanks again, and send my regards to Capuchin. Botanist. Let's talk to the pretty little Lalafell lass herself. Let her know the good news. There you are. Thank you for a job well done. There's no need to report the details. I've already heard all I need to know. And it's my belief that the botanist in question had not with personal gain in mind when he so hurriedly harvested the Majorum in his haste to complete the task and claiming to reward the damage to herbs and render them useless. Such greed brings shame on our guild, and I will not tolerate it. The offender's name shall be struck from our roll. As I taught you when you first came to us, a botanist nurtures the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. He thinks only of his own benefit, has no respect for nature, and is unfit to call himself one of us. Of course, you hardly need reminding of this. Something tells me you shall never give me cause to worry. But let us speak on cheerier matters. Tell me, to gather in the Majorum pose you any trouble? If you ever find your work unduly onerous, you might consider outfitting yourself with better gear. Even something as insignificant as a new pair of boots can make a world of difference. As you gain knowledge and experience, you'll find yourself venturing further afield in search of new bounty. Your choice of equipment will become ever more critical. Go now, Zelda, and keep up your efforts. Look forward to seeing you continue to grow as a botanist. Complete that. Dressed to harvest. Good evening, Zelda. I see from the soil on your hands that you've been as diligent as ever in your botany. Good evening, Zelda. From the soil on your hands, you have grown as diligent as ever in your botany. I am not surprised. As we develop new skills, so do our labors become more varied, and thus does our motivation grow. Game is struggling. Yet know that motivation can only take one so far. If you wish to master botany, you must pay heed to those details which you have until now taken for granted. In particular, I speak of gear, the tools of our trade. Not all tools are created equal, you see, and if you'll work with any degree of efficacy, you must use such gear as befits your ability. Lest you misunderstand, I'm not telling you to go and replace your gear. There are more frugal ways to improve your tools, and one more respectful to nature besides. Tell me, have you heard of materia? More materia. We'll hear about this materia at every level 20 crafter or gatherer quest line. Just be prepared for it. In the past, the enhancement of the process required certain catalysts found throughout nature, the gathering of which was our domain, but new methods have rendered them obsolete. Be that as it may, these substances still make for ideal subjects of training for budding botanists such as yourself. Therefore, your next task I would like you to gather a quantity of one such catalyst, namely grade 1 carbonized matter. 15 fragments should suffice. A thorough search of the area surrounding Airport will surely prove fruitful. The hamlet lies in western Lenosha, upon the island of Vilbrin. Once you have gathered the requisite amount, pray present the carbonized matter to Sassandre. He'll teach you the basics of material. Interested you to learn about materials, so very well. Then we 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter. Seems Fupucha has high hopes for you. Very well, let us speak of materia. The art of crafting with materia is yet new to Eorzea. It was born to our shores by a goblin scholar named Mutamix some years ago. Put simply, the process begins with extracting material from old gear. This is then attached to another piece of gear, enhancing the item's properties. Mind you, it is not as if any half-wit can do the detaching. No, it takes a skilled craftsman with the necessary knowledge and experience. And once the process also requires substances known as catalysts. Carbonized matter you've gathered is one such substance. But when they discovered a way to attach material without this stuff, then we found this a little more idle for it, such as a way of progress. And that, my friend, is material in brief. Now I thank you not to ask me about the workings of it. That sort of scholarly stuff is beyond my fathoming. If you wish to know more, perhaps even try your hand at crafting with materia. I suggest you seek out the goblin Nudamix. It is said he has a camp at a place called the Bonfire, on the wilds of central Battleland. Oh, and keep in mind the materia comes in a great many varieties, each bringing unique benefits to the gear it's attached to. I dare say you'll lose count of the kinds you've come across in your adventures. If you were, I'd try to find a craftsman who'd be willing to attach materia for me. Chances are there's such a person among your list of acquaintances. Aromatic aspirations. As Gridania continues to make headway along the road to recovery, ever more outsiders shall flock to her gates. They come here in hopes of trading, and Gridania must welcome them when she is to forge stronger bonds with their neighbors and prosper. You know, Zelda, make no mistake, Zelda, busy times lie ahead. Verily, we have now just received an order for no fewer than 2,000 fine quality sprigs of caramel from Quicksand and Ulda. So run along and harvest them, would you? Just, of course, this scale will require more than 2 hands. If it would be so good as to produce, say, 15 sprigs, I would consider it an appropriate contribution. Caramel is well known for its fragrant aroma and soothing properties. There is satisfaction to be had in ensuring that both from every corner of the realm can suffer the delights of the springs they do not agree. The herb is abundant in Upper Lenosha around Oakwood. To be precise, once you harvest 15 sprigs, deliver them to Sundray. So, Fufucha has you harvesting chamomile as well. Does she return here when... Does she? Return in when you have 15 sprigs and I'll add them to the pile. While you harvest, I shall wonder how in the 7 hells I'm supposed to ship them all. 13, 14, 15. Aye, precisely 15 sprigs of caramel. Right, thanks, friend. Ah, that distinct aroma. There's nothing like chamomile tea to calm the nerves. It's the perfect way to end the day, I reckon. Now, all I have to do is wait for your fellow harvesters to bring back the rest. Pack the lot, then drag it to the airship landing. I suspect I'll have earned a cup or 2 of tea when that is done. Though rather suspect it will be the very last thing I fancy. I don't know if Fufucha mentioned, but this batch is bound for Ulda. It would seem that the lords and ladies have developed a taste for chamomile tea. Developed a taste, I said, but like as not, they drink it just to impress their neighbors. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if each cup was served on a golden saucer. But there I go again. One of my old prejudices. It's a backward darning habit, I know. Sooner or later, I'll have to get rid of it. I don't want it visiting Uldan to splash hot tea in my face now, do I? Ha 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 ha. appear we have a situation on our hands, Zelda. Guilty crop of alligator pears have been ravaged by vermin. Scarcely a day before the fruit was due to be picked. It's disheartening to see our labors come to naught. Such is the way of nature. Alas, our woes do not end there. In a fine example of ill timing, no sooner had the disaster come to light than we received an unusually large order for, yes, alligator pears from the Carline canopy. Yet all hope is not lost, for the fruit also grows in the wild. We'll need but find enough to fulfill the order, 15 to be precise. Our man Sulliu is charged with keeping track of such produce as may be harvested in the 12th year. He spends most of his days around Big Branch Meadows at this time of year. If there are alligator pears out there, he will know where to find them. Pray, seek him out, Zelda, and do as he directs. Big Branch Meadows we go. Looking for alligator pears. I heard the unfortunate tidings. Yet all we can do is take it on the chin and cook as best we can. I recommend you search northeast of Quartermill. Wild alligator pears grow there. We're doing well when I pass through. Barring pests, they should be ripe for picking right about now. Oh, just so you know, the place you're going is no different from any other entertainment home in the 12's worth. By which I mean it's full of nasties. Funness like myself avoid the area if we can help it, but it should be as a walk through the flower garden for an adventurer like you. Now you'd best be on your way. Those alligator pears aren't going to pick themselves. Back to the guild. Gotta stay hydrated, chat. Speaking all the time. Speaking so much, gotta stay hydrated. Keep your mouth nice and moist. Like the ground under our feet. I trust you know where alligator pears are found in nature. Please hurry, Zelda. We're not due to keep our client waiting. 15 alligator pears, and just in the nick of time, you spared us Mion's wrath. Lest you misunderstand, Mion is a reasonable woman, ordinarily. There's just that much rest upon the fruit's availability. Alligator pears are to form the centerpiece of a new dish of theirs. You see a hearty salad, which has been promoting feverishly to adventures far and wide. Miyun would not have been best pleased had her plans gone awry. But owing to your efforts, she can keep her promise, and we are a good reputation. A profound thanks, Zelda. I trust you have learned a valuable lesson from this episode, namely that we must not take nature's bounty for granted. As I taught you when you first came to us, nature is an unsentimental creature. She may provide for our every need today, only to take it away on the morrow. Those who would walk the path of botany must come to terms with this fact, and the sooner the better, for your labors prove fruitless, and they frequently shall, no matter brooding shall avail you. At such times one must remember that for her seemingly cruelty, nature is not our enemy, she simply is. If you would become intimate with her and partake of her bounty, you must learn to accept her unconditionally. Yes. And we get Tales of the Land. Very nice. Come on, game. Catch up with yourself. Ah, Zelda, you couldn't come at a better time. A dear old friend of mine has found herself in a predicament. Is in dire need of a botanist's aid. Normally, I would not trouble you with a request of such a personal nature. This task, however, should serve you nicely in your planning. The contingent of God's quiver has returned victorious from a hard-fought battle with the insult. My culinary friend Yanni has been tasked with overseeing a feast fitting the occasion. Unfortunately, she is suffering an untimely shortage of a key ingredient. I would ask you to harvest 20 laurel leaves, which could be found amidst the lush vegetation to the northeast of Little Alameda instead of Dandelion, and bring them to me for inspection. I would ask you to harvest 20 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetation in the trees of Ellen. Here's the laurel. Let me see here. 1920. And nary a withered leaf among lot. Then it will be pleased as peas. Speaking of which, do you know what laurel is served prized by culinarians across the realm? Not only does it boast a most pleasant aroma, deep yet not overpowering, the perfect accent to a savory stew or seasoning for steak, it's also known to stimulate the appetite. The brave men and women of the God's Quiver feast now. It's only a matter of time before they're summoned back to the field of battle. Deliver the laurel to Yanni, that she might prepare a feast that will warm their hearts, as well as sate their stomachs. Greetings, friend. Are you perchance a botanist to whom Capucha entrusted my order for more? I can see why Fufucha is always singing your praises. This will be among the crispest, most aromatic laurel leaves ever to grace my spice rack. Solid raiding parties grow more relentless with each passing day. I fear that the day will soon come when we can no longer afford to feast our men as heartily as we do today. Still, if Regardio's finest require sustenance as much as they need their lances and bows. I am but a simple culinarian, but I would do what I can to support my countrymen, and yet there is only so much I can accomplish on my own. In any event, I am grateful to your aid. Pass along my thanks to Fufucha, and let her know that I shall be calling upon your services again. I hear Yeri was overjoyed at you today. Thanks to you, she'll be able to prepare a feast befitting the triumphant occasion. Yet, truth be told, I take no pleasure in martial victories. Every day that we continue to water the soil of blood, I fear we lose something of what we once were. There was a time when Gridanian and Exile alike lived in harmony with nature and with each other. Is there no other way to resolve our differences than in lance and arrow? Forgive me, Zelda, I do not mean to burden you with my troubles. Oh, good morning, Zelda. Forgive me if I seem a bit pensive. You must know, the thought that our harvest of contributing to the war effort has been weighing heavily on my heart. What I truly wish is to be an age of peace. What can the humble honest do? And meanwhile, another order has come in from Yanni, who ciphers a king in large quantities. No, I'm afraid our homegrown harvest simply will not suffice. Fortunately, they are said to grow wild in abundance in the Lenosha region. I would ask you to travel to eastern Lenosha and harvest 20 of the finest zucchini you can find in the area south of Raincatcher Gully. Maybe, when you are through, bring them here to me. What resplendent zucchini! No idea such succulent specimens could be found in the wild. They attested to the splendor of nature, is it not? The zucchini plant is quite sensitive to humidity. One would never see them grow so large and luscious here in the 12th spring. Furthermore, they are quick to ripen and quicker to rot, meaning their timing is of the essence. And yet a perfectly ripe zucchini is truly a thing of beauty. Sweet enough to be savored raw, its skin retains a pleasantly firm texture, even when stewed. I suppose the enemy means to prepare a wholesome and hearty feast for our soldiers. I know. I should take pride in serving our nation this way, but I have troubled you enough to take the harvesting Yanni with my blessing. Fufucha assured me 20 zucchini were on their way. Will you be the one who took the order? Indeed. remarkable zucchini. I've seen the likes of these in quite some time. At the risk of sounding boastful, I dare say my next batch of ratatouille is shaping up to be the tastiest lasagna has ever seen. Ratatouille is a dish that holds a special place in my heart. It was the first recipe I learned, you see. Taught me by none other than Patrice's own mother. My father was a traveling merchant, and our family moved often when I was young. We had few friends until we moved here to Britannia, where I befriended Patricia. Hours would I spend by her side as she rooted through a garden. After sunset, we would go inside, where her mother would whip us up a ratatouille that truly warmed both body and soul. Ah, to relive those days. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Do you know? This is the ratatouille that inspired me to pursue the culinary path for such a young age. Do take a bolt of the future. Seems she could use something to pick up her spirits these days. Thank you for delivering the zucchini again. I suppose she's already slaving over a hot stove, preparing a stew that will give our warriors a stamina to fight one another. What's that? And then he has something for me. Yeah, Bolivar's special ratatouille. Hey, this is my mother's ratatouille. I always knew that Yanni loved this recipe, but I had no idea she had learned to reproduce such succulent perfection. Ah, this brings me back to the old days. Yes, things were so much simpler then. Now the ratatouille that once warmed our hearts after hours spent frolicking in the garden serves to light a fire in the bellies of those who march off to war. Things can never be as they were. Oh, please don't let it get down, dude. Just gave me level 54. Zelda, I trust you, not only as a partner, and who shares my dream of bringing peace to the forest that shelters us. The Order of the Twin Adder is commissioned from us mistletoe in staggering quantities. We need to search the vicinity of Camp Dragonhead and the central islands of Kertis. The curative properties of mistletoe make it a vital ingredient for many salves and medicines. I would help but fear that our guild has once more been drawn into serving this fruitless war effort. Forgive me for being a hopeless idealist, Zelda. Could you visit the Adder's Nest and inquire with Lieutenant Gavitt as to the nature of this request? I will not refuse his order. You may assure him of that. Simply wish to know. pretty sure that she should know how to mistletoe with you before she gives the order. She has a fair enough request. I have no intention to save her, nor you. The mistletoe will be used to prepare medicine for the battlefields ahead. What's that? This will not please a pacifist like Kucha, I know, but what can be done? She think that we enjoy bloodshed any more than she. Well, there a way to bring peace back to her, so be the first to welcome it. The meantime, the Excel continue to attack our people, and we do what we can to protect them. So much like such as myself with no more power, in this war than he does a box. In the event, I must return to my duties. I'll harvest 20 sprigs of mistletoe and tell Kucha that our courier will be along with the safety of the order when we bring your back. Except there was a rather large earthquake and a tsunami warning for my area. That's a little concerning. But we live a little bit in these, although we do have a lot of water around. Welcome back, Zelda. So as I feared, do not worry, I will take the 20 sprigs of mistletoe. Thank you. You served the guild well once more. So the unending cycle of bloodshed goes on. You were saved by no fault of your own. I bear no ill will to Lieutenant Gavin or his people. On the contrary, I have not but respect for his candor, to mention his service to my homeland. But it weighs heavy on my heart as a sentiment far more simple, almost childish. I simply cannot bear to see this war so bloodsucker any longer. It's inevitable, this I understand, but by aid in the war effort, we do not merely contribute to the suffering. We profit from it. No matter, no better than a parasitic mistletoe. We suck the life out of the trees and shelter us from our own personal gain. Parasite. Is that what our once proud guild has been reduced to? How can I in good conscience permit this to go on? Forgive me, Zelda. I will be alone with my thoughts for a while. One moment, chat. Alright, chat, I'm back. Alright, we're back. Just had to take care of a little bit of business.